important.
You don't tell me what to do.
All right, go on and
New
uh,
character
uh, uh,
And starting
there's no
now.
winning answer there.
and
Oh, there you
confirm the
go.
live.
Why are you still whining? I just took you out. Take you out for real.
Oh,
Cock back the gun.
I'll
Bullets in
get
the
the
So
win.
anyway,
chamber.
I hope you
Do
guys
this.
really enjoyed that last episode of Dead Air.
Oh.
I know
Let's
I did.
let's hope I can remember to post them in the right order.
Oh gosh.
Oof. Well, anyway, welcome back. Got some jobs ready for you.
Got some jobs ready for you.
Got some jobs. Okay. Anyway, on the last episode, you guys actually fought and killed Skrulk.
We did.
It was a hard fought battle after finding inside the building you guys were trapped in. You found a conveniently placed cellar door. The villagers didn't want you guys to touch, but you went through. Myrna went through it anyway, and most of you guys followed suit, except the Silvara, who wanted to stay behind and reinforce the barricades a little bit, but eventually leave the peasants behind. Ultimately, determining that finding the source could lead to people being saved. Uh, and as you guys go through the tunnel and come out, you see him there. You see him, the dirty mole rat himself, Skrulk, preparing some kind of ritual with some kind of undulating mass of flesh being charged in the middle. It didn't look good at all. And Silvar decides, how about we just talk to them for a bit? And he tries talking. The talk goes, I guess out of 10, it was like a 4 until he was shot, or until Skrulk was shot by Myrna, who got impatient. And then Zori, who also didn't really buy the whole talking to them idea anyway.
They're
shot him.
rats. I didn't talk to rats.
Where are the rats? You walk at night. And combat has started, in which it's grueling and tough, where Silvar is trying to stop this ritual mechanic from happening as he sees the undulating mask. It seems to be more and more awake as it goes on. He gets touched by Skrulk in an inappropriate way, but the fight goes on. You guys are whittling down his forces little by little uh, until it's just left with him, and he tries doing the ritual. One last chance to see his dream come true, and it fails. And Skrulk is ultimately feeling defeated. You guys still can't quite get close enough because of his stench to hit him and finish him off. But
Kept losing my sword, man.
yeah,
It's a
that's right, you
slippery
did.
thing, I guess.
They had some grease from Skrulk.
No.
That's
Ugh.
some nasty rat grease.
Grease fruit.
Ugh.
Ugh.
And Skrulk decided if he can't live in his perfect world, he'd just take out everything else around him, including himself. And he let his book, the Liber Bubonicus, consume everything in a 200-foot radius within Plague. Uh, Zori expertly just, I guess, air dodges it. It's hard to explain how she dodged it, but she dodged it.
Zori's just cool
Evasion
like
and
that.
then uncanny dodge. Myrna gets hit. She gets knocked off into an unknown area. Silvar knocked unconscious. Roald knocked unconscious. And
Wrong.
oh, I guess not. And in the last moment, Dankrad sees this huge cloud of locust fleas, mites, bugs, centipedes, and dangerous gas come towards him, consuming his clones. There's no way for him to get out. As the cloud envelops him and he sees layers of his skin disintegrate and be eaten, he's left as nothing more than a skeleton. And the party, after the explosion, wakes up thinking, "Man, that was easy."
Yeah.
And they see
Too easy.
they see Dankred's body there. Can't even Silvar can hardly believe he was there one moment and turned into a skeleton the next. A real eye opener on the true horrors that the Skaven present. A little bit unnerved by the fact that too many other people didn't seem super concerned about his death. It really makes him question the dynamic of the party. Uh, But then you guys decide to head back after Roald thought about burying Dankrad, built or dug the hole, but then said nah. And went back, didn't take the shovel with him, and decided to carry the bones. Uh, you go back into the house that you were at before, and you see that most of the peasants that were defending themselves were dead. Uh, Pikes going through them. It seemed like it was really a battle. And the peasant leader is holding one last guy left, thinking he's the only survivor. He's breathing heavily. You guys go up to him, and Myrna notices something on him and immediately blows his brains out, in which Sylvar tackles her to the ground. She offers no resistance, but points at the guy's body and shows a worm wiggling its way out and dying. Sylvar is still unhappy with that fact. Just says that they didn't need to kill him, could have found any other way to help him. Myrna very nonchalantly just decided killing is the quickest and easiest method. He was dead anyway in her eyes. Chaotic corruption should not flourish and prosper. With Zori backing her up, saying, "Now the guy was dead anyway. Fuck that guy."
Basically, yeah.
And Sylvar very upset with this decision, not knowing the reality of the Skaven the Empire's culture presents, but not willing to accept that for his own moral standpoint. He won't let himself deter into that fashion. So you guys decide to head back with a Sylvar who's getting increasingly smelly and smellier and smellier and smellier.
We're about to have to get him down.
He's a stinky boy.
Stinky.
Good riddance.
Oh, so you guys took the staff of Skrull. Zori grabbed that sitting in the cart.
Yep.
I
got it.
And you guys are about maybe like an hour away from Middenheim. Sylvar was having some rough times. He was having some nightmares and things like that. Very rough battle for him. PTSD. Still, again, not used to the situation provided in front of him. And this is where we find ourselves, about to head into Middenheim. Scene.
Ooh,
Scene.
about to head into Middenheim.
You guys are
Cleaning off
like,
my sword right now.
you guys are like right on about to enter the east gate, but you're a little bit away.
Oh, as we do that, I go, excuse me, Miss Myrna.
Myrna looks back and says, "Yes."
Would you mind doing me a favor, please?
Hmm.
Whenever we arrive back in town, do you mind going by the stables? I fear that I'm... Well, we can discuss this more whenever we arrive there, but I think going to the stables would be a proper idea.
Yeah, she says, she thinks about it and she says, is there a problem going on?
A little bit. I would prefer to speak more of this with everyone involved rather than just talking to you about it.
Myrna says, she says, look, for what it's worth, I know you're upset still about the individual in question dying. Just know if we had the time and the resources, I would have helped him. I felt it was quicker to end his suffering. She says in a very awkward fashion. She's not used to this.
She says that I give her like a little smile and I say, oh, well, at least there is a little bit of remorse there. It makes me feel much better about it. I would feel a little bit afraid if there was at least no semblance of that.
What? You killed someone in there?
Myrna quickly goes to whistling.
I turn to Roland and say, apparently one of the remaining villagers was still infected, and Miss Myrna decided it would be most efficient to take care of them then and there.
Well, is there any way we could have helped him?
And I look to Gerald and I go, you think we can actually help somebody who had worms crawling out of them?
I'm just talking through it. No, obviously we had no cure for him.
No.
Even if we were to eliminate the worms, he'd still be in a pretty tough state. And sometimes it's better just to no longer suffer.
Yeah. End their suffering, which is why Mona did what she had to do. Some people just can't stomach things that you have to do. They'd rather just try and put someone else through more pain and suffering than ending it.
Myrna puts a hand on Zori's shoulder, and then she points at Middenheim coming up, and she says, "I'll prepare the stop by the stables."
Thank you.
You guys make
Hey,
it
maybe
to
that horse will be there.
that horse.
Leave my horse
Motherfucker.
alone. I could have had a horse.
A horse is a horse.
An
a horse
old
a
man.
It wasn't an old man originally.
horse.
Until you guys made such a big thing out of it.
That's stop the metagaming. You guys come up to Middenheim. You're the guards there again see you, recognize you, think it's no problem. Open the gates for your party. You go in. Uh, you're inside the east side and stables. There's a fairly worn down stables. Obviously, it's like the shantier area of the city. And Myrna stops there. She stops the horses. And she parks them.
I double check, make sure I have all the things with me, and I stand up.
You guys still know Silvar's still he's still pretty stinky. But it seems like the stink is like it's radiating a different way. It's a smaller area of more concentrated stink.
And
Is
I
it
look
like
over at
something in
everyone.
his pockets or?
Aw,
Yeah, is there a dead worm in your pocket, Silvar?
Ted.
It shouldn't be. I check my pockets for anything that would be producing the smell.
Oh, there's no worm in there.
Is there any way I could do like an investigation check to see if I can pinpoint the smell then?
Oh,
Sure, if Silvar opens himself up to be searched, I guess.
Very well. You can look at me.
You can look at me. Look at me.
I just go.
behold,
I'd
Oh,
prefer not. I'd prefer you not. Peer anything under the clothes. That's for some special gentlemen.
no, don't
Oh.
worry about that, Silvar. I'm not interested in that.
You perfectly look through each and every crevice of him that's not too invasive. You don't see anything there. You see some of his equipment. You see his sword. His sword has a weird kind of glow to it, so maybe you think that's where it's coming from.
She sees the radical skull.
Yeah, you see the radical skull. You see some. He was part of the explosion blast, so you still see. You actually found a locust still crawling on him, chewing on some fabric.
Ugh.
Nice.
I flick it out.
Oh, thank you. That would be.
So
That
your
would be
best
a-
bet would be that being. It's probably the remnants of that explosion that was hit. Silvar was pretty close to the epicenter.
Hmm. Okay, well,
Curious.
Mm, Zora, did you figure out what the issue was?
no. I just hope it's not something that's gonna end up making you go mad.
Curious.
That's
That's
a bit
ominous.
foreboding, but all right.
Oh,
Look over at the
I
look
sure
over
get
at the
him.
stables.
Myrna's
Look
got
over at
the horses all hitched up, and she says, "Okay." She walks back up to you guys and says, "You said you needed to discuss something."
Yes. You must apologize to Mr. Thorman for this, but I don't think I can continue with this.
Myrna
What?
tilts her head. This?
The whole risking our lives and almost dying thing. I thought this was going to be more of like a pleasant adventure. I didn't think this was going to be. And I kind of look over at Dankride's bones.
Yeah,
Are they clanking around?
Myrna still has the skull. And she's holding it, and she's like, she puts it behind her back. Like, And she says,
I do hope this isn't too much of an inconvenience for you all.
Myrna says, can't say it's the first person I've met who's not appropriately handled to deal with witch hunter business.
It's a tough job. Not for the faint of heart.
And she says, "Ah, yes, reminds me of my class of '62. I was the only
62.
surviving member."
Oh,
Huh.
Oh. With that being said, I I would prefer not to leave on a bad note. Miss Myrna and Zori.
And Myrna offers a handshake. She says, "No hard feelings."
Yeah.
I smile at her. I take her hand. I shake it, and I say, "I do respect what you do, even if it doesn't measure up to what I expect to be the normality. I'm sorry for being so rude to you two."
Myrna shrugs and she says, "That you didn't cause any problems. We got the job done." And
Yeah.
she kind of like tilts she tilts Dankrad's skull like, "Yeah, he agrees." Like a
Mm,
ventriloquist.
that's a little too much, but
I just kind of right. I place my
Manhandled.
hand out to Zori and I say, "Thank you for your assistance in that matter, and I'm sorry too for being rude to you."
yeah, of course. I take his hand and I give him a bow. It's not for everybody. I don't even know why I'm here.
Take the hand away. Turn to Roll and I offer him a handshake and say, "And thank you
Uh,
for being so kind to me."
I will turn the handshake. No problem, Sylvar. Thank you for coming with us, even if it was for a short time.
I'm sorry for your friend.
Myrna
My friend,
off- she,
he's not suffering anymore.
We'll get a new one. It's fine.
Myrna offers Dankrad's skull like he's getting ready to handshake. She also has one of his hand bones. She's like, "Oh, poor taste."
I
Myrna's
look
a
over
little
at Roll.
creepier than I thought she
I
was.
look over at Roll and say, "Is that normal? Should I take his hand?"
Well, you have to remember, witch hunters are crazy, so yeah, this might be normal.
Oh, okay. I walk up and go to shake the bones.
Myrna shakes the hand bone.
Well, that was interesting. I turn back around and go, well, I do hope that we all can meet each other again someday, hopefully under at least a bit better circumstances.
No problem, Sylvar. Do you have? Will you be okay on your own?
I still have my trusty blade. I mean, you've seen how well I work with it.
Yeah, that's fair. Do you know where you're going from here? Will you be returning home, or?
Oh,
I'm not entirely sure. I think probably going around to some of the other settlements will be interesting. Although the one at Bremer, was that
Sorry,
large
giggles.
gentleman? Was I hallucinating, or did that large gentleman call it Reamer?
It seems like he was calling it Reamer, but every time Zoe kept snickering, so he had to change up the name. So he just could continue the conversation.
Myrna says, I think they got that a lot.
Yeah, probably.
Interesting. I'm not sure. I might go to a smaller village. That Bremer place seemed kind of rude the second time we passed through, but hopefully I'll find some luck with someone else.
All right. Well, Sylvar, I do have one request for you.
Yes.
Before you leave this major city, I suggest you see a physician, health specialist,
Maybe
someone
take
who
a
can help you
bath
with.
of some
Yeah,
kind.
maybe see where that odor's coming from.
Myrna says, "Oh yes, they're really good at amputations." She looks with a smile at the whole party, not knowing what she just said.
I kind of elbow
Right.
her.
What?
What did I say?
I think I'll probably go out and find a lake or a river. I think that would probably be the best measure.
Well, if that's what you choose, but I would suggest a medical professional.
Maybe use some of those fancy soaps.
Yeah.
Well,
Fancy
perhaps.
soaps.
And with that, I turn around, give like the hand, the little wave back, and as I start walking to the stable house.
Myrna's waving the skull or the skeleton hand.
I kind
By
of shiver a little bit.
as she puts the hand down and having Dankrad's skull look at him and still wave. She says, I'm sure he would miss him. Looks at the skull.
Don't you
Yeah,
think that's a little morbid, Mona? I'm surprised he didn't run screaming.
She says, what do you mean?
You're just holding some guy that we knew's bones in your hand, and
I'm sure he wouldn't mind. And she looks, isn't that right? And she shakes his head.
well, I guess
Yeah.
not.
I'll just shrug.
Wow, that's
I'm
so
sure Dankrad
morbid.
wouldn't mind.
It's so morbid.
And then she tosses the hand back into the cart very casually. And she says, well, let's go tell Matthias the good news.
And
I'm sure
get paid.
Victor will love it.
Yeah,
Yes,
we do have to check on Victor. Yeah.
I wonder if he's
Okay, so-
alive.
Nope. Only Dankrad
Good question,
said it.
actually.
Let me get this ready. You guys head back to the Paloss district. Unless you go anywhere else before then.
No.
Yeah, we're not going anywhere else.
Story on.
Well, actually, anybody can join me if they want, but I'm going to be going to the Great Park.
You're
For
going right
what?
Yeah.
Okay.
On the way, I'd like to stop by some stores and see if I can pick up a shovel, since I forgot to bring one with me.
Where is Victor at? Victor, where'd I put your picture? There you are.
I'm over here.
All right, and then well to the Great Park. I assume you bring these
I'm
remains.
coming with him.
I am.
I don't know what he's doing, but I'm going with him.
Myrna says, shouldn't we? Well, I guess it's no rush. And she says, I'll inform them a little bit of what's going on.
Okay. Make sure this one doesn't get into any trouble. I follow after Rold.
All right.
Rold, what are we
Did I
doing?
manage to get a shovel?
There's not just shovels lying around. You'll probably have to go buy one.
Oh, yeah, I meant to stop by some shops. Try to pick one up.
There's a general goods one. It costs 10 Sigmarites.
Good enough.
Man, these Balthazar's really fucking the economy. 'Cause last time I remember that was like 400.
Yeah, inflation, it rises and falls, certain areas.
Yep.
Yeah, it
Good.
depends
How
on what
much
nationality you are trying to go in and buy stuff
Oh,
also.
goodness.
Minheim just pissed off Balthazar, so they lost their shipment of like 300 million gold pieces.
Ooh.
Oh. Well, I'd like to, with Bag of Bones and Shovel in tow, and Zori, I'd like to find the tree that I knocked down and investigate the area.
Okay, you see okay, you can do a perception check, see if you see the splintered tree stub.
Let's see.
Rold, what are we doing?
Don't worry about it. 9.
Don't worry
Can't
about
quite
it.
find it.
Are you
Well-
looking for something in particular?
Yeah, there was a tree I knocked down the last time we were here. Yeah, I just shouldered it and it just blew into bits.
Well, let me see if I can find it, I guess.
Ugh.
Oh, you see a tree that obviously looks like it fell down by non-natural means.
What about that one?
Oh, there it is. Thanks, Zori.
It's been cleaned up mostly in the area. Some guards were there.
What are there trees nearby it? Does it have a good view of the lake itself?
Yeah, it has a decent view. It's on a little hill.
Nice.
But there are some guards looking at the area.
I'm just gonna, you know what? I'm gonna dig fairly close to the stump, but not too close. Like maybe 2
Seriously.
feet out.
Actually, let's see. 12. As soon as you start digging and say, hey, you, over there! A guard comes up.
I'm gonna wave at him and keep digging.
He says, what do you think you're doing on public property?
Stump removal.
You can't just... We have a cemetery.
Who says I was gonna bury this guy? I'm removing the stump. Have
He
you ever
says-
removed a stump before?
Says, no, I guess not. But what are you doing with that bag of bones? Not that it's
Well,
any of my business.
he's a friend of mine.
Just carrying him along to see the sights once last before we bury him.
Yeah, that's essentially it. But I got tasked to remove the stump. And if you haven't heard the science of stump removal, it actually starts. You should start farthest away because the roots of the trunk, they dig deep. And so it doesn't make any sense to dig next to the trunk first. You have to go like 2 feet out, maybe larger depending on how big the tree is. And then you kind of dig around the roots and then finally you can pull it out by your own hand.
The guard says, so you're just going to take that shovel and just take the stump? Nothing to do with that bag of bones you got.
No, but the stump, it may still be here tomorrow. It depends on how much daylight I have left. Zori, how much time do we have left?
I give exactly how much daylight we have left.
It's like 1 p.m., so you got like 7 more hours.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I might need a lunch break in between here and there. So, yeah, the stump will probably be here tomorrow, but I'm going to keep working on it.
He says, I don't remember getting any news about a stump removal team.
Uh-oh. Why
Roll
wouldn't the
deception.
stump be removed? There's a tripping hazard.
Roll deception.
Roll deception.
I mean, it also is a hazard for bugs and other mealy worms that are invasive.
Beth, give him advantage on this deception check.
Advantage on the
But
deception.
I rolled a 17. Is that not good enough?
We'll see if you can get
Just
better.
saying. Yeah.
Okay. We'll see. Oh,
Oh, look
okay.
at that.
And he thinks to himself and he says, I guess things looking up in Middenheim. I guess this place could use a bit more public tuning up. Well, carry on. And he turns backwards and he waves off the other guard.
I'm going to mentally remind myself not to say Pray Sigmar. No, they don't do that here.
I'm just
In
saying
Middenheim?
you're gonna have to roll a couple strength checks to see how long this will take you to remove the stump.
Oh, I'm not removing the stump.
Oh,
I'm digging a small hole for the bones.
that's you son of a bitch.
I'll try to remove the stump. Give me the strength checks. I want to see if I can remove the stump.
Well,
You just want to grab it out from the roots.
Yes.
I'll roll the
He's
strength checks if
fucking
that's
probably
what you
like-
want
No,
to
I want to
That'd
roll
be
the
like-
strength.
do. Okay.
Probably
I
like-
just want to do it just for shits and giggles.
Yeah. Farley said he didn't want to, so go on, Beth.
All right.
DC 28 strength check, probably.
Well, then I'm mixing some paint.
No, roll that dice.
Fucking
say, like,
legendary strength
DC
check.
23 or some shit.
She has to roll a 19 or a 20.
I'm strong. Oh, I just freaking hit spacebar as my
Oh.
dice is wrong.
Oh!
+4.
Yeah.
Have
+4.
the tree fight back. Have the tree
Well,
fight back.
You didn't know what Zori was up to because she just squats down and wraps her arm around the stump, and you don't know what's going on until you see her fingers just dig into the bark, and then she just starts lifting it. You're thinking to yourself, no normal person can do that. But then her legs, they just start expanding in muscle. You see a vein inside the side of her forehead kind of pop out. And then you see the stump start to move. The ground is being lifted up first before the stump.
Hell yeah.
And then, boosh, the stump comes out.
It's
Zori's
Nori.
holding the stump.
I do the whole little dust my hands off thing and put my hands on my hips. What?
I'm going to look. Why'd you remove that?
The guards in the background are clapping and like so they're whistling like woo.
Nice.
Oh, look at that.
Well,
I thought that was supposed to take all day.
Do you think this hole would be good? You can just bury him under the tree stump.
yeah, actually, I'm going to, let's start covering up with dirt.
And that way it just kind of looks like we did exactly what we came to do.
Yeah.
Okay. You
All
guys
part
have
of the plan.
You guys have buried Dankred's bones inside the tree stump hole.
Nice.
Yay.
I hope you like
So-
the view, Dinkred.
I will. It's on a hill.
And
These
these
bones are
buried.
talking.
You
I
no
mean,
longer have
bones.
the bones. You didn't have the skull though. Myrna still has the skull. You didn't ask for it.
No, that goes to
That's
the
awkward.
what's the place?
Catacombs.
Yeah, that
To the
goes to
catacombs it goes.
All right. Well, Zori, yeah, you've made an anti-liar out of me, so let's Let's go meet up with Myrna and Matthias.
Praise Sigmar.
Praise Sigmar.
Guards, are you just gonna leave that stump there?
No, I pick up the stump as we're leaving.
Okay.
I'm taking it with me.
Okay, you have a tree stump. It's pretty
Hell
heavy.
yeah.
New weapon.
Yeah. Sure,
That stump
Is it
should be what like probably like 80, 90 pounds.
It's
It's
pretty heavy.
but
Dirt and
I
all.
could
I was
cheat it and tear it
inhibited
down.
by 30 pounds.
the roots are pretty deep. It was a pretty old tree. It looks like.
Hell yeah.
All right, where are you guys going now?
We're gonna go meet up with Matthias and Myrna in the Palas district.
Walks into the main room, throws the stump down. We got what you needed, Matthias.
Perfect.
I was gonna give it to Myrna and try to convince her that it was a Nippon tradition.
First up.
Writing
He's
us into
in.
the story.
Okay.
Clack, 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 clack.
Clack, 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 clack.
Glug, 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 glug,
You
glug, 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 glug.
see- God damn it! Let me find the proper picture here. It's deaf. It's not deaf.
Yeah, measures naked.
Ugh. Okay. Good, 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 good. Solid start on some Etsy orders I got.
Brilliant.
I know. It's
I
great.
hate when
Doing
I
great.
really should organize these. Instead, I just have rats mixing in with people.
See, I organize them into little folders.
Little
Yeah.
The tiny little folder.
Oh.
Actually, I did just realize Beth is carrying a 70-pound tree stump and a 50-pound bag of feed all the time.
She's pretty strong. She proved she can lift up that fucking. Oh, I guess I didn't save it. She proved she can lift up that fucking stump out its roots, which I can't imagine how tough that would actually be.
No.
At 9 possible is why I was saying DC like 28.
There's a 10% chance of
I
her
rolled a
rolling a 19 or
19 though.
20.
Come on.
Oh no, I agree. That's awesome. But
That's awesome, but
that's
you're
so
wrong.
hard. Like I was clearing trees on like my property, and I went to go grab a tree that was rooted in there. I went to go pull it out of the ground. It was a tiny tree. I wasn't strong enough.
No.
Strong.
Those stumps are crazy. That's why I was just trying to BS the guard on the whole digging around.
There was a fucking stump around like the size of my leg. We had to get a fucking tractor to pull it out.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. Their stump removal team would probably have horses. Or oxen or whatever they use.
Probably like oxen, like a wagon.
Heck, even horses can be strained to pull out stumps.
Alright, this gotta do this.
That's how
properly.
Amish country does it. They get Big John out there and
We've been spinning most
a
of
big
us.
Clydesdale horse.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing about Big John. Big John is only good for like 10 stumps, and then he's glue.
Yeah.
Stop.
True.
No.
I'm just saying. Those horses get worn out real fast.
Perfect.
Not wrong.
No.
gosh.
Not wrong at all, actually. Those poor horses turned into glue.
Poor horses that break their legs. They just cease
The old
existing.
glue.
Isn't that? Oh, there he is. That's such a weird like weakness of a horse that got made.
Such a weird
Yeah.
weakness.
No, like, okay, let me pitch
The
this
debuff.
idea to you. We got this thing. It goes on all four. It can move fast. It's got great stamina. It really uses its legs and it's
Mhm,
powerful.
Yeah, it sounds
But-
pretty good.
If it breaks a leg, it cannot heal at all. It sounds like a D&D role thing,
Well, I mean, a horse is just a glass cannon.
quite literally. All right, let me get these characters ready. Since now I have to put you here, and then this time.
Isn't it that like horses weren't meant to be ridden on or something like that?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, let's start this Nipponese, and we should live in harmony with nature bullshit
No.
now.
I thought I
There it
heard that
is.
somewhere once. Maybe I'm wrong. I
And
had-
next thing you're gonna tell
cows.
me is fucking cows weren't meant to be systematically slaughtered.
I had a dream last night of a book that I had when I was a kid, and it told me all about gemstones and stuff. And it was a Disney themed gemstone book, and I had a dream about it last night. I had forgotten that it had existed, and I found it in some random cabinet in some different dimension in my dream.
Oh, I put 2 Myrnas.
It was all torn up and old and tattered, and I found it with a bunch of other old childhood things that I had forgotten that I had.
I forgot to
It
tell
was
you,
like
dear,
a Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs themed gemstone book.
I forgot to tell you, but last night I actually managed to foreshadow my own dream.
Oh. All right. So you guys get back into Plos District, and you see Matthias and Myrna chatting with an individual you've never seen before.
Individual I've never seen before. Since you reloaded the board, I gotta zone back in. Who this? Gawan.
Yeah.
Gr-
God damn it, Beth.
I didn't
Oh,
do it on
God.
purpose.
What was his name? Gravwin?
Matthias looks up and he
No,
says,
change it to Gawan.
He looks up and he says,
Apostrophe.
Bro.
"Oh God, no!"
Sorry.
Growlin.
He looks up and he says, "Oh, I see you're back."
Got some jobs for you.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Not. He's talking to 2 who just entered.
Oh.
Oh
He's
yeah,
looking past you.
we gave our friend a nice burial in the park. I even pulled
Says-
this stump and I put it on the ground in front of him. And
Myrna's,
Yes,
flex
you
a
did.
little bit.
Myrna's spinning the skull like a basketball on her fingertip, and Matthias says, "Yes, Myrna." And he looks at her. He says, "Myrna," and she almost drops his skull. She's like, "What? What?" And then he goes back and he says, "Anyway, Myrna told me I'm very sorry to hear about that.
No, well.
Well, I knew his origins, but he didn't seem all that bad. Kind of wanted to pull a bullet through him at multiple points, but I'm glad he helped us in the end."
He died fighting Skaven, and that's more than I could ask for.
Yeah, I didn't even know his name.
Goodness.
Matthias raises an eyebrow. He says, "Also, Myrna told me you took care of the sickness problem we had."
Yes, and I brandished the staff.
Of Magnus.
Yeah.
Immediately, Matthias, he almost pulls a pistol out on the staff.
I
He says,
thought,
"Whoa, whoa,
Oh.
whoa."
I just thought
Says-
that you would need it for something, so I brought it back. I've been careful not to really touch it.
He looks at it and he says, "I'm guessing this is proof. I kind of appreciate it a little bit more than I had. But where are my manners? This seems to be a new recruit. Well, actually, where'd Silvar go?"
He chickened out. He went home.
He did, yeah.
I think, though, that we should try to keep some kind of close tabs on him because he got hit by some stench and he's stinking real bad.
Matthias looks to Myrna. He says, "Is this true?" And Myrna says, "It was going in the report. I swear."
I raise an eyebrow at Myrna.
Myrna's looking real. She still seems to be falling off the adrenaline high of that mission. So she's
What a lady.
she's feeling a little bit more social and extroverted than before.
I know, it's great. I love it. Give me more Myrna.
He squints his eyes at Matthias squints his eyes at Myrna, and then he says, he pinches his brow and he says, "Okay, I was really hoping for more from him, but a high elven ambassador is quite hard to come by, and it just got harder."
It seems
Yeah.
he didn't really have the stomach for killing the people that needed to be killed, so we're honestly better off without him.
He scratches his chin and he says, "I guess I shouldn't have dodged what he was actually doing."
No,
Oh, well.
you really shouldn't have.
He looks at you and he says, "Anyway, we seem to have found a new recruit also. Care to introduce yourself, stranger?
I turn around. Hey, my name is Graven Woodenbow.
Greetings.
I've been commissioned here by I'm sorry, sir. What was your name again?
Matthias Thulman.
I have been commissioned by Matthias Thulman to help you with this Skaven problem.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, so lose one, gain one. Well, I guess we lost two, huh, Rolled?
Yeah, we lost you.
I'm not liking those odds with these two.
Well,
We
well,
live.
they haven't been
I've
good
lived since
recently.
the beginning. So has Ruled. We've lived through lots of missions.
Yeah, I get. What was the phrase? Get better for head.
Matthias
there you
looks at you,
go. Praise
raises an
Sigmar, you got it.
eyebrow, very confused, and then he says, "Yes, well, Mr. Woodenbow here will
Go
be
on.
helping you. He's seems to be fairly capable bounty hunter from Wolfenburg.
Bounty hunter, Wolfenburg.
Yes,
Interesting.
just I'm not one to discriminate who comes to help my cause.
I don't even
Not in
know where
these
Wolfenburg's
times.
at, so.
Myrna looks and says, "Didn't you guys visit there?"
I don't know. Did we?
Yeah, for sure
That's
we
when
did.
we
That
left
was.
Hell Pit. Left Hell Pit.
Oh.
Yeah, that was the
Keep
nobleman that we
lying.
recruited.
Nobleman Horse, and where you figure out the whole horse situation. That's why it's cast out your memory.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna off my
Yeah.
hand. Could you pronounce your name one more time? I think I missed it last time.
Graven
Uh,
Woodenbow.
Draven.
Graven. Yeah, I offer my hand. Name's Roald. Roald Rothman.
Roll. Nice to meet you. Shake
Nice
your
to
hand
meet you.
back.
So are you gonna offer this fine man a hand?
So, I'll just give him
No,
a
no, wrong
short
picture.
bow.
Wrong picture.
oh, which one was the?
I'm
picture
not
you gave
looking.
me?
There's a new one. There's a new one.
I do a head nod. And a good day to you, Missy.
Hold on.
Tell me,
Brilliant.
Mr. Wooden Bow, are you afraid of killing things that need to be killed?
Well, for starters, I'm a bounty hunter. So as long as something needs to be killed, it's gonna be me that does it.
Perfect. Much
Now, if
better.
I get
Already an
the
upgrade from
verse-
our last
That's in
person.
the picture you sent me.
Hey, that's fair.
Oh, that's right. Here it is.
Because
Yeah, it was kind of
as
far
long
back.
as I'll be there, one of us is dying. And so far, it hadn't been me.
Never saved this one.
Well, I
That's
guess
the
that's a
problem.
good thing, I suppose.
Yeah, I can't argue with you.
Yeah, I guess it's sound logic. Sure.
I mean, as long as I'm getting paid for this.
Yeah. Oh, about
He
being
reminds
paid.
me of Jarvis. I can't.
Matthias, when are we gonna get our pay? We keep doing this work for you, and we have to keep asking to be paid.
Matthias looks and he says, "Well, I considered the end of the world being a little bit more pressing than your paychecks, but I
Well-
guess I can never keep a worker bee down."
The end of the world is expensive.
Facts.
As you
Not
guys
that
are
I know
walking
anything
in,
about money, but you know.
You can hear.
It'll be a
And
lot
then I
harder
told him.
without me.
And then I told him, you can't smash it with that puny hammer. You hear walking or just opening both doors comes Axel.
as we open up the door, I'm already like hitting my gut.
Well, that's a
These
nice
guys-
looking character.
He's got his hand on
Wow.
your back,
Look
and
at
then
him.
he's like wiping away a tear. Axel is he's telling a funny story, and then Matthias, he's kind of like interrupted by the loud sounds, and he says, "Axel, what are you doing here?" Very loudly, in the middle of the day.
I look up and I go, wait, is that little Maddie?
Matthias, he holds his hands to his face and he says, "Oh God, no."
I walk up real boisterously. I push my way through these two,
Mhm.
and I put my hands both on his shoulders, and I go, "Not gonna at least look a little bit more friendly for an old friend?"
He's doing like the best fake smile he can muster. He's like, "It's so good to see you, Reinhard. So very pleasant."
Well, it makes sense. I look at the group and I say, "Yeah, old Axel over there told me you had a little bit of a little, extermination problem that you couldn't take care of."
Matthias is glaring at Axel, and Axel's got his chest puffed out high, like, "Yeah, I did good." And he's like, "Matthias, I'm sure you remember our good friend Reinhard. Remember the adventures back in the Far East?" He's like, "Yes, yes, I remember them. I remember
I
you
tap him
two
on
got us
tap him on the
caught."
chest.
You- uh, Matthias says, "I remember you two got us caught when I wanted the element of surprise."
Well, we survived, didn't we?
That's what I'm saying.
He says, I still feel the scar in my stomach every morning."
Oh, that reminds you that you're alive.
Axel, he big hearty laugh, and he says, "That's right." then then Axel says, "I brought Reinhard here. Yeah, he already explained. I figured he could help you." He's Matthias is gritting and grinding his teeth. You guys hear the grinding. It's very loud. He says, "I appreciate it so very much, Axel."
Yeah,
Look at that.
Axel, he kept telling me, he kept like underlined a bunch of times the end of the world, because that's your thing, right? All the time, like every mission we go on.
The last time was a chaos sorcerer who threatened to release demons into our realm.
Oh, did he?
Well, I mean,
Because we stopped him, Matthias is saying.
well, then it didn't seem
Matthias, I
like
don't
too
know
much
about
of
that.
an end of the world situation, then, was it?
I love it.
Uh,
It's not like Matthias actually does anything around here, right? I elbow ruled.
Hey, I'm not getting that. He's the
I
man
look,
that's supposed to be paying me.
I look over at like all the group. What am I seeing?
You see,
I'm
see a
not very
hardy
tall,
guy.
by the way. I'm pretty short.
See a hardy guy clad in armor. He has a big sword on his back, and then you see a tinier looking woman. She looks kind of frail.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Not very tall. You've never seen that clothing pattern before. It's awfully colorful and vibrant. And
Gross.
Matthias, as you're examining, he says, "Reinhardt, this is Zori Ito of Nippon and Roald Rothman of
I turn over
Altdorf."
and I smile and I say, "Well, Reward, you look like such a strong hunter. It's a pleasure to meet you."
I reach out my hand. Nice to meet you.
I take his hand and I give a firm handshake. And I see that you have a couple gatherers here with you. Not all hunters, it would seem. You really do need my help.
I wouldn't downgrade Zori here. She's been in, well, she's been here longer than a lot of our other party members.
Yeah, but they weren't me, now were they?
Not yet, no.
And then Matthias says, with a hand to his eyes, covering him, says, "And this is Mr. Woodenbow. He'll also be accompanying you guys."
I look. I kind of grimace at it as I see his weapons, and I say, "Well, not as pitiful as using, those little guns that all you witch hunters like using."
"Why does it matter when we just kill?" Matthias is saying to them himself.
Well, I mean, you can always get up personal and kill him like a man, or you can just shoot at it like a child from a distance if you want. Whatever floats your boat.
Axel says, "And maybe if you're lucky, they can leave you a parting gift." He looks at his scars. It's like patting them down.
I look at it and go, "Oh, nice one."
Says, "I know, right?" And Matthias still is just like, he's like rubbing his temples.
I walk back up to Matthias and I pat him on the shoulder and I go, "It'll be okay." That also reminds me, I don't normally come into cities that often. You mind spotting me some cash?
Payment. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
right, Matthias.
Here you guys go. He hands you guys bags of 30,000 Sigmarites.
Goodness.
30,000 each?
All of us?
Yes.
Good. I hope so, after
Yeah.
what we just went
Yeah.
through.
And
Do we
he
get any
says,
condolence pay for losing 2 of our friends?
well, Silvar just came in, so no. And,
Well, I mean, not him. Dankrad. He was like 2 people, he
Dankrad?
was 3 people. How many people was he? I look at ruled.
Well, we lost Silvar and Dankred.
But
He's-
never mind, you're not paying attention.
So
What?
you want me to pay for each of him?
Oh, that's his brothers. That's right. There was well, at one point there was 3 of them.
Well, I do appreciate your services. I don't quite think that's awfully fair in trade.
Well, all right. But if you do see his brothers, let him know that I buried his remains in the Great Park.
Myrna's whistling. He's like, "Oh, he had brothers. That makes so much sense."
I
And she's looking at the skull like, "Why didn't you ever tell me?"
Dang it.
love Myrna so
My
much.
brain
And
feels bad now. I'm just.
It just
destined
reminds
to
me of
be a-
that scene in The Lion King when Scar has the like skull on his head on his
Yeah.
hand, and
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
just like, that's what I think of every time.
I was thinking either that or Hamlet.
We. Why not?
and Matthias claps his hands and he says, "Well, hoping no other news walks through that door that can be either drastic or great to my mental. I would like to continue on with." And as he says that, someone else comes bustling through the door. It's a little messenger boy. He looks out of breath. He's tired, and
Well, would you
he's-
look at that, Matthias?
He's like, "Oh, it's gotta be. It's good news. It's good news. It's good news. All
It
the
better
rats
be
are dead.
Valen. Valen better be
I
on his
can
way back, that
retire.
old crippled.
I can retire. It'll be great."
Oh, you're friends with a cripple. That's funny.
And then
Yeah, he crippled himself.
Ah,
Matthias looks at the little messenger boy. He says, "What is it, son? You don't need to rush in here like it's the end of the world happening. Not
Hmm.
yet."
Fire!
he
It's
says,
the end of the world.
He says, "Sir, tragic news. Hawkland, Talbecklin, they're gone."
Gone? What do you mean gone? We were just in Telebecklin not too long ago.
He says, I don't know how to explain it. One minute they were the capital cities were there, but then they're gone." And Matthias looks very stone-faced and he's very serious, and he grabs the boy by the shoulders and he says, "What do you mean gone? What happened?" And then the kid's looking everywhere. He says, "My reports, they told me the entire city was sunken." And he says, "So what do you mean sunken?"
Maybe it's some kind of illusionary magic. Maybe it's not really gone. It just looks like it's gone.
maybe that's what they get for living in cities like a bunch of weaklings.
Matthias glares at you both, and then he says, "And you can confirm this as true?" He looks at the messenger. He says, "Hundreds of thousands of lives lost. The only good news is that the Emperor and his associates left Talabheim. But in Talabecklin, its capital, they're just distraught. And Hawkland, ugh, I can't even imagine how many casualties they're facing." And Matthias pushes the kid aside and he looks at the rest of you guys and he says, "It seems our mission's gotten a bit more drastic. 2 potential allies gone, and whatever technology is being used by these Skaven, it seems to have quite the repercussions. We don't know when they'll target us, but it seems they're targeting the outer cities first." And then he pulls out a big map and he casts the boy away and he says, he
Castaways.
pinpoints He pinpoints here and here. One side in the bottom left, yeah, it's like bottom left, so like southwest, near like the edge where Bretonia ends, and a different neutral faction of the empire begins. He says we have reports of earthquakes happening in these areas, lightning, cloudy nature that's just not normal. I have reason to believe this is where the next target is. And then he points over here. Carrick 8 Peaks, under siege still. Mortimer is still over there. We haven't heard back from him, but we have reason to believe the Skaven have launched an all-out assault on Carrick 8 Peaks.
Carrick, the greatest dwarven stronghold there is?
Aren't the dwarves
Matthias
strong
nods.
enough to defend themselves? Won't they be okay though?
And Matthias says, that should be exactly right, but this is the crux of our issue. We haven't heard back from a single dwarven messenger. We can't get in or out of the area. I don't know what kind of technology.
Who's the leader? Who's the leader of the rats in that in the dwarven place?
He says, well, I can only assume it was the bigger one we met in the caverns. And then he pulls out a little notebook that opens up to his page. He did a little sketch of him, and he says he calls himself Queek Headtaker.
Headtaker. I want to do that one. I want to kill him.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm down. If it stops these cities from disappearing.
Yeah.
He says, I don't think he's responsible for whatever's going on there. And then he says, okay, I need to inform Lord Boris. We need to keep this information from trickling to the wrong people. Can make everyone panic. Myrna, and then she's still just playing with the skull. She goes, come with me. And then he looks at the rest of you. You guys prepare while you can. This won't be easy.
Well, is Roy ready to go back to Ingo?
I pat Matthias on the back and say, well, Matthias, at least remember this. Ulrich's with you.
He rolls his eyes and he keeps going.
Oh, Matthias, what about Victor?
He says, Victor's recovered and he's stable, but he's out of commission for quite a while.
Well, I'm just glad he's able to recover. That's much more than we could say for those poor villagers.
So,
I think it was really weird that only the village leader survived.
Yeah, Myrna says from the back, she says, you hear her say, that's going in my notes too, promise. And then Matthias goes and follows back into Boris's chambers. He's gone.
Well, where do you need to go, Ruled?
I just
start
stand
walking
there.
out.
I just kind of stand there awkwardly and go, so, what are we supposed to do now?
Well, get more health potions. I look at my crate. Yeah, I could use a few more.
I look at my pockets.
I've already walked out the door and I'm started walking towards the shopping district.
I've inverted my pockets and I go, well, I don't really have that much, so yeah, maybe.
Well, you should come meet Ingo. He's quite the character.
Oh, I always love meeting full, energetic people.
Ingo's for you. Let's go.
Ingo's a scam artist, by the way.
Yeah, let's go to the...
Well, that's what happens whenever you live in these filthy cities.
You know, I like you.
Going straight to Ingo's place?
Yeah, we're going straight there. I'd like to knock on the... Or no, I'm just going to walk in.
A little bell goes off.
Ingo, I have someone for you to meet.
And Ingo says, oh, I can't wait.
Ingo, meet Reinhard, a new member of our party.
Reinhard!
And we also have Graven wooden bow.
Go on.
I walk over to him, not paying any mind to any objects within my way. I just kind of push him over.
Yikes.
Ingo looks, and he's in his book, and as he's looking, he rolls his eyes back to his book.
No.
I go, "Hello, friend.
How can I help you, sir?
I'm not sure. No one told me what was in this shop."
Welcome to Ingo's Oddities, where I sell the finest oddities. And he's blinking, and you just hear it's very silent, so you just hear a page turning from his book.
Yeah, you as he's doing it, you see my character, his eyes start slowly closing as well.
Well,
He licks a finger, turns another page.
Yeah. What do you sell here?
Will you buy him?
He says, guess it depends on what you're looking for.
I slap my face and I go, "Okay, you're really gonna need to speed things up. I can't stay awake if you keep talking that slow."
He Ingo blinks once, looking at you, and then he blinks again, looking at Royal.
Ingo, have you had the chance to stock up on any more health potions since we've been gone?
He
Since
says,
you've been gone.
depends. Has your friend helped me out with my little situation?
Situation.
Let me answer that for you. He hasn't.
Oh, are you referring to? No, I'm not sure who you're referring to.
I whisper in Rule's ear everything TLDR.
You tell everything, negotiate with Valen.
Oh, Valen. Well, he had quite the unfortunate spur of the moment situation, I guess. And
Is he dead?
No,
Yeah.
he's well.
He might as
No,
well
he's
be
not
dead.
dead.
The old coot.
He says, guess he's joined the club.
Oh, goodness. Well, he wasn't with us when we went northeast, so I'm sorry, friend, but we took care of the problem that's been up there, and so maybe you'll hear from your supplier soon.
He
Maybe
says,
they're
I
dead.
can only hope. Running out of oddities.
Running out, and
Look around in the basement.
yeah.
You see a very full stocked store. It looks like there's plenty around. He's not running out of anything.
I look around and say, "That doesn't seem to be the case at all."
And he says, props. He turns another
I
page.
look at him and go, "There's no way." I go to grab a random thing from the shelf.
You grabbed a piece of you grabbed like a breastplate, and then as soon as you grab it, it kind of it's like tinfoil.
Huh.
That's genius, actually.
I go, and I grab the front and just it in.
They're not actual stocked shelves, they're just pictures of stocked shelves.
Yeah, exactly. You see a bunch of potions lying about as you grab that too. It's just water. It's colored water.
Huh.
Bingo, man.
He says, part of the allure. Presentation, am I right?
I listen
I
to
agree.
Tony.
And he says, but he actually closes his book and he sets it down. He says, now, looking at all of you, what can I help you with at Ingo's Oddities?
You still haven't told me what you sold.
Oddities. He says,
What?
very deadpan.
He's got
What
like
does that
rings
mean?
and necklaces that are enchanted, and he's got some health potions, but I don't know if he has any more of those.
No, it's
Oh,
just
wait, no,
flavored
actually,
water.
no. I realized the problem. I don't normally live in cities. I don't know what this is.
He you see Ingo look at you up and down, and then he says, gee, I couldn't tell.
Yeah, he's not very nice to foreigners, I whisper to Reinhardt. I gesture to my sashes.
I look at the sashes and I go, Hmm. I look back at Ingo. Wait, are you discriminating against me?
He says, no, sir,
That's different.
never. I have the
And
Better Business Bureau Award for 1063 for best business of the ye old century. And he points at the award.
I'll-
It's written on just a piece of wood. Better Business Bureau.
ah,
Yeah, I
The
bet
oh
you
well.
that's a
BBW.
prop too.
He says,
Oh well.
one can never
Apologies then.
prove it. He says, he puts a hand up. He says, it's no problem, sir.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Just pull something out at random, and let's see if I want to buy it. Since you won't tell me what you sell.
And he says, he shrugs and he says, sure. He reaches under his desk without looking. You hear a bunch of like metal stuff clanging about.
Clang, 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 clang,
And
clang.
he puts a ring on the ground
Look at
On
it.
the desk, you mean?
on the desk. Yes.
I
You
look
know
at it.
Immersion.
this guy reminds me of that one shopkeeper I had back where I'm from.
Where are you from?
I'm from Wolfenburg.
Oh yeah. I don't
Ingo
know where that's
blinks
at.
once, twice, and he's just slow blinking. You can see as
You,
his eyelids open and close.
yeah,
What does the ring do?
And he says, it makes you stronger, I think.
Ooh. I grab it.
That's you look at it. It has like a fist symbol on it.
Hmm. I'm pretty good at fisting things.
Ingo blinks, and you guys notice
Zori laughs.
there's a small smile on the left side of Ingo's face. It just ever so slightly creeps up.
I'll try it on.
Nah, you feel like you could definitely lift some of it more. Your strength goes up by one.
Oh. I look at him and I say, I'll take it. How much?
He says that should be 20,000 sigmarites.
And I look at him and I take the ring, I'll put it back down and say, what? No, it's not worth it.
Ingo blinks and he says, "'Tis the struggles of a businessman running his own company. Woe is me, woe is I.
Rose, we?
Woe, woe, WOE.
Woe is we.
Woe
Woe
Just
is
is
look
me."
at him.
me.
I just look at him and I say, pull out a more affordable ring.
And he says, "Sure." He says here. He says, uh, "This is the this is the ring of hyper awareness.
Ooh.
Ooh.
It wakes you up on the dot at 6 a.m.
Oh, well, I already do that.
Oh, I don't need that. I rise with the morning sun.
He says, "Okay." He swipes the ring back and he puts another one. Water breathing.
Wooder.
No, different one.
He
No.
takes that back
You could
and
be
he
like
pulls out.
Tanjiro though, with your water
He's-
breathing.
pulls
I
out
don't know
another
what
one.
that is.
Who are you?
This one makes you weigh 50 pounds more.
Oh, he's a Nipponese samurai.
I look at him and I say, why would I ever need to weigh more?
He says, "I don't know."
No, what do you want from me? I just sell him the thing.
Okay, no. Okay, pick another good one.
He says, okay." He takes out, he's shuffling about, He says, this should do it. And then he pulls out one that is like, it says, it's an amulet this time. And he says, "Gave this to you guys before." Adds extra. It makes you feel healthier.
Yeah, I have to say, it feels pretty good.
Yeah, and I say, how much?
15,000, sir.
I go to try it on.
You gain 30 HP.
Oh, I'll take it. Pass over 15K.
I was gonna say I was looking at you and Kyle's health, and it's not even close to Zori or myself for
It
that
says
matter.
30.
Yeah, 30. 30 flat HP while you're wearing it. And he says, "Thank you for your patronage.
Imagine
Can I
having
help
like
anyone
30
else?"
HP and you have the ring on, and then it gets taken off your finger and you're reduced to 0 HP.
Die.
Oh.
I look
Dead.
at him and I say, well, wait, give me the best thing I can buy for 15 more thousand.
He puts a hand, he scratches his chin. He says, "Hold on 1 second." He gets up. He's going to the back. Let's see. What is he gonna pick out? Let's see what he picks out. What is he gonna pick out? He's gonna pick out. He's gonna pick out. Hmm. Oh, god damn it.
Reinhardt, aren't you cold?
What do you mean?
I stare at his chest pointedly.
And I just,
Nothing, I guess.
oh, I see what you're talking about. No. See, I'm protected by Ulrich. You know, best god there is. God of wolves, god of the north, god of winter.
Oh, more god stuff. Oh well, praise Ulrich?
I smile and go, yes, praise Ulrich.
There you go. Yeah, okay. I understand. Sure.
Yeah, he's the toughest
we
god
all
there is. Infinitely tougher than Sigmar.
ugh.
Praise Sigmar too, right, Ruled?
That's right. See,
I,
she still has it.
I glare and I say, yeah, I guess.
I don't worship any god. That's funny business.
Which
No, you're missing out.
which
Yeah,
god is the god of
sure.
money?
Tyus.
I think his name is Balthazar.
Ow! My
Yes.
stomach! Ow!
Yeah, Balthazar would actually be the one. You guys haven't had a chance to meet him, have you?
He put Dingo comes back out and he's holding like a shoebox. Practically looks like it holds Nikes in it.
Oh.
Ooh.
And then he says,
I miss not wearing shoes.
and he opens it up. It's a pair of nice sneakers.
Ah,
I've never seen this design before. It's weird looking.
They have a
What
check
is-
mark on it.
what is it?
They have
He
wings on the back
says-
of it.
No, but they have like a weird guy in like a pose, and he's holding something round in his hand.
Oh, it's the Jordan.
Oh,
Oh. I was like, what shoe is that?
Sheesh.
He says, "I don't know where these are from. Very strange design. They seem to use animal leather, but I'm told they make you run faster and jump higher."
Well, do they?
I'll take it.
Sheesh.
Now have Air Jordan 12.
PF Flyers.
Can we get a picture of him in the Discord?
Sure, I think I could find some Air Jordan 12s.
Have fun inventing that.
Are they? Is it a magical item?
It is. It doubles your movement speed, and it allows you to jump up to 30 feet in the air, and you can take the dash action without using a. You can take dash as a bonus action.
You basically become
Ooh.
me. You're a monk now. Let's look at these shoes.
Gee.
That's not the right tab.
I
That's not
mean-
the right tab.
Oh my god! I can move 100. I can move 100 feet in a round.
Yes, sir.
What are those? Those are Converse.
Yeah, the PF Flyers. Are you kidding me?
Sheesh.
Awesome.
You never watched Sandlot?
It wasn't a prolific movie of my childhood, no.
The PF
Sure,
Flyers were
sure.
what that one kid slotted in so you could jump over the fence.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, when were PF Flyers made?
Let's say this is the fucking shoe that you got, actually.
founded in 1937.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yes. On January 12th, 2021, New Balance confirmed the PF Flyers brand would be phased out.
Aw.
Yes, it would, Trevor. You can fly that extra as well.
Oh, those are slick.
Dude, I am literally I'm faster than a fucking ship, technically.
That's just the power of Air
Those
Jordans.
PF Flyers just look like Airwalks that are like knockoff Converse.
Hey, does it show my boot? Do I need to bring this into fucking GIMP again?
I
Yeah.
told you that Kelvin Gamp.
You look at them and they're such a strange design, but they're very sleek and comfy. It's very
They got
soft.
purple slash on the side. Man.
Careful,
Yeah.
friends. Don't step on them.
I slip into him and I say, "Do I get the box too?"
He says, part of the collectible, yes.
Oh, amazing!
You have the Air Jordan 12 Retro Dark Concord box.
Is that the full name?
That is indeed the full name.
You have to write it down.
You have to write it down so you can pronounce the full name.
It
Air
says on the
Jordan.
back on it, you see a little like, it looks like just very skinny lines next to each other. And then under that it says made in China, China.
Oh, I know that. That
Air
says
Jordan.
China.
So they're Air Jordan 12. What?
Air Jordan
in
12
Cathay.
Retro Dark Concord. CONCORD.
They're made in Cathay.
Concord. Okay.
Then you see on the year it says C. There's like a C icon, and it says like 1995 to 2020 on it. And you don't know what that means.
Very odd.
Awesome.
I don't know
Okay,
about that,
I
but
step to the
China's a
back.
close neighbor to
I'm
Nippon.
done.
It says, "Happy to serve. Can I help the rest of you?"
Did you get any more tea in? Something that's not lizard derived?
Well, that's my largest stock. Are you sure you don't want to try anything? I hear it's very calming.
No, I don't. No, thank you. About
do it
your green
yourself.
tea? Don't you have any green tea? Is that where I got it from?
He brings out a little thing of green tea and he says, "Nah, 100 Sigmarites."
Ugh. Okay. I pull out 100 Sigmarites.
That's what it costs.
Alright. I have now. Do you want this 50 pounds of feed?
He says, "I don't own any horses, but I'm sure I can get a quick buck off of it.
Here you
I'll
go.
give
Take
you
it.
20. Okay. Thank you."
Thank you.
Thanks.
Now I finally have that off my belt. From my horse that some
Why are
old
you
man decided
carrying
to
a tree
kill.
stump?
I am not carrying a tree stump. I left that at the
Oh, I forgot you said that you put it down. There's
Yeah.
a tree stump on. Okay, you actually said that time. Okay.
Truly the
We're
most
done.
Let it
powerful
slide this
magical item.
time.
Nice.
Says, "Anything else I can help my fine customers with?"
Well, Ingham, if you don't have any health potions, well, can you sell me on anything that's worth, I don't know, 45,000 Sigmarites?
He looks and he says, he does a whistle like, "Give me a second."
Give me a second.
Give me a sign. Hit me, baby, one more time.
Let's
How do you
see.
write? Oh, I don't know how to write this. Is that how you? Is that right?
Digs?
Stop. No. 50,000. Is that right?
What
Is that
about
how
it?
you write numbers?
What?
I'm not going to answer you.
You're not gonna
Just
answer me.
Well, just think about whichever number looks like a letter, Beth.
It doesn't look like a number to me. I don't know if that's how you write that. And then how do I? Not how do
She's
I?
I think she's asking where the comma goes.
No, I'm
Every three.
asking-
Every
She's
three.
struggling with math. I'm looking at her screen right now. She's struggling with math. I don't know how
I'm
she's
struggling real
with
hard.
math.
Hold on, and then that's 6, and then this would be
9
8, 9.
minus 100.
Yeah.
Yes.
Stop being mean to me.
Oh.
What?
Uh,
You did
It
it.
doesn't
What's wrong
look
with
right.
it? Has a
50,
number on her screen.
57, 50,
Why is this wrong?
57,007. Is that how
What?
you say it? And it's just
Yes.
007?
And 7. Yes.
And it's just 007?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually,
That
I
doesn't
need to
seem
take
right
up
to
my.
me.
I need to
Yes.
take up Matthias's like build model like is because having people do a job and then having them die so you don't have to pay hazard pay is such a good business model.
Oh, God.
I'm sure oil rigs fucking agree.
As the one in my
You just
backyard clanks.
you just bring people in and offer them a ridiculous amount of money and then just have them get killed.
Can't do math,
Let's
bro.
see.
Leave me alone.
Not-
Leave me alone,
you,
Kyle.
you were looking at a number and say, "Why is it wrong?"
Leave me.
He comes out with a few items and he pulls out the first one. He says, Cloak of Displacement.
That's a really good item. That's a really fucking good item, actually.
Cloak of displacement.
Yes. It'll project whoever wears its image up to 60 feet.
Interesting.
Oh wait, no,
The
that's like a
image is-
different item.
And that image it does.
It looks, sounds, and unless they're pretty good at adapting to magic, is virtually indistinguishable from you, except if you touch it.
I see.
And he pulls out another one and he,
Could be useful.
let's see what else he has. He is gonna grab. He puts a headband on the table.
What
Says
does it look
head.
like?
It looks more like a circlet actually. Like
Okay.
a, but it's he says headband of intellect.
Of intellect.
Yes,
Is it going to zap my
apparently.
brain?
I don't know. Maybe
Well,
there's
I
no
take it you
warranty on
haven't
these
put it
things.
on because it doesn't affect you, right?
Zap,
that's
zap.
why I hear.
And says he doesn't. He blinks. He says apparently it makes you very smart.
Well, I have to be honest. I don't have any need for being smart.
And then
Maybe you need some sticky gloves. Your swords seem to be flying out of your hands during the last battle.
Oh yeah. Do you have any of that spider tech those baseball players are using?
baseball.
You know, stickball. You throw a ball in the air and you hit it with a stick.
Oh.
Ah, yes, I know of stickball. And then he says, "Hold on one second." He goes back. He says, "Arachnia gloves." And then he says, "Can't be disarmed while wearing these. It's also very hard to take off whatever item you're holding."
How much for that? That might actually be pretty useful for me.
And it says 10,000.
10,000. All right. Yeah, I'll do that. Sure.
You now have the Arachnia gloves. They keep you from. You're immune to disarm effects.
Maybe only wear them when we're about to do battle, yeah?
No, the sword is so slippery. Do you not see? I've lost it twice.
Oh. Well, whatever you want then.
He says, "I may not have any healing potions, but I got a few other interesting ones."
All right. You still have 36,000 of salesman work to do.
Potion of speed, potion of invisibility, potion of giant strength,
I already
potion
have
of
all those.
flying. Oh, you don't.
I can do all those passively.
Oh, potion of water breathing. Here's a poison that I procured legally.
Okay.
What about the water breathing? Is that actually like just breathing in water?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Lame.
Which is funny because you have to drink it first before.
And says, "Ha,
Ha.
irony." Says invisibility will make you invisible for up to 2 minutes.
Incredible.
I can already do that.
This poison of yours, how has it been tested, trialed?
He looks size so he says, "I wouldn't know anything about that, sir."
Would you know anything about it being worth my
He
time?
says, "I'm told it's very potent."
Told. Is there any buyback guarantee on this?
He blinks and he says, "Why would I even do that, sir?"
He points to the sign, no buyback guarantee.
No
Yeah.
buyback.
It's in really small text under the
no
no haggling
negotiating.
sign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, how am I supposed? Why would I buy something if I didn't know if it worked?
You could probably ask Myrna.
Well, Myrna would probably have some poison of herself. I could just get.
Yeah.
And then he says, "I got a few other things." And then he's like, "Ugh." And he lifts a big sword up onto the desk. It's dark and it's serrated.
Oh, yeah, I'd like to inspect it.
It is the sword of wounding.
Is it one-handed, two-handed?
It's two-handed. It's about as big as your other sword. It has like a jaw kind of end on it.
Okay,
And he says, "Anything hit with that, it's gonna have a bad time."
I see. I see. But I keep switching out these great swords, man. Ah,
Is it out of uniform for you to be using different swords than are issued?
well, I don't know. I'll probably just have to pay them for the missing equipment, which, I'll just tell them to bill Matthias, to be honest.
Oh, old Matty won't mind paying for it.
Yeah. See,
Matthias has sneezed somewhere. His name is being mentioned.
I don't know. Man. You know what? Sure. How much are you paying or asking for it?
Normally 50,000, but I can drop it down if you offer me. He whistles that on your back.
This on my back?
Yeah, the sword that you got. He's eyeing it.
Well,
Gravel braids work. I'd love to see it.
I mean,
it
but
is.
his is all gold and shiny. Is that one as good as a gold and shiny one?
That's the
It
question.
does its job.
It does a job, but is it? Will I be losing out on this?
Uh, it's non-magical, I can tell you that. But the sword does it does 3d8, but it also anything hit by it has to roll a con save DC 16. If it fails, it will suffer 4d6 of bleeding damage at the end of its turn.
For how many turns?
It stacks per time they've been hit and failed the check.
Wow. Okay.
And it's only for one turn that they get hit by it, though. Every
Okay.
hit stacks.
Goodness. This was a gift from Balthazar. Well, I'll. Oh,
Balthazar Gelt, huh?
yeah. Well, you see, this is Gravel Braid's work, but Balthazar Gelt, he took it and you can see what he did to it. He turned it into gold.
Do you need money rolled? Oh, okay. I'd say you could just keep both swords.
I'd kind of like to keep both swords, but I still have the bottles of oil of magic
Tell you
imbue.
what, a sword enchanted by Balthazar Gelt himself, I'll just make it a 1-to-1 trade.
Worth it. That magic would be.
Yeah, you got a deal, Ingo. I might be coming back for that though.
Why would you I have lots of money. I don't need this money.
Well, okay. Let me ask you, how much were you offering for it again? 50.
He's looking suspicious, and he says, "No, actually, I think I want that sword."
You got it. You gave him a taste. That sword's fucking magic, bro. Magic damage is OP.
This
Yeah,
is
it is.
this is what the sword looks like, basically, Farley.
I'm
I
looking.
see the shoe.
Goodness. Kind of looks goofy, to be honest.
It does, doesn't it?
It looks kind of goofy. Well, if my friend and I were able to match, let's say, 60 Stigmarites, would that be worth it?
And he says, "Sorry, sir, but I'd really like Balthazar Gelt's work."
Oh, what? So you can sell it for what, 100?
He looks and he says, "Never."
Never. Well, gosh, man. All right,
You trade
fine.
in your sword, and you've got the serrated greatsword of wounding.
Oh, I don't have enough room on my sheet to write all that.
Just put Sir Greatsword, Sir GS or some serrated GS, and then does 3d8.
Oh, well, oh no, you're going too fast.
I'm actually so upset you got rid of your sword for that. I don't know why. It makes me sad.
Okay.
It's been with him a while.
Well, kind of. 3d8.
But
You defended
anything that's
Karl
hit by
Franz with
it,
that sword.
anything that's hit by it has to make a con save DC 16, or else it takes 4d6 of bleeding damage per time it's been hit before its turn comes up,
What are you even? A 4d6
per stack. So if you hit, you can hit 3 times. If you hit all three, it's gonna take 12d6 of bleeding
All right, yeah, that's
at the end of its turn.
Imagine that action surge DPS.
goodness.
Oh, it's huge. So it'd be 24d6 or something
Yep.
Yeah.
if all three hit.
And I still do have the bottles of oil of magic imbue, so I can still do magic damage.
You see a smile on Ingo's face, and he says, "Happy to do business with you, sir.
Well, we'll see if I'm happy or not.
Money back not guaranteed." He points at the sign.
Oh
It
God.
says underneath that too.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
squint.
swindler.
I squint at it and I say, "It does say that."
This guy's good at what he does.
He's good at something, all right.
Can I help you find people with anything else?
He's really good at that one line.
Yeah, actually, you have a good point. Now, I guess, Graven, do you want anything?
You're not the one who I could talk find about getting some more crossbolts, do you?
He says, "Let me see what I can find." He goes into the back.
Thank you.
You might have better luck with gravel braid. But also
Okay.
maybe not.
Wow. While Ingo's not in the front, I'm gonna walk over and start cranking all the fake armor.
Now, there's a lot of fake armor. You feel a weapon, and it's actually just made of cardboard. It's just painted kind of silvery on closer inspection.
I like dent it where it's like bent the wrong way.
Yeah, and you see a helmet. The helmet's paper mache.
I
And
poke holes in it.
then you see some more boots. They're styrofoam, and more potions. Again, just water, but the glass of the vials are different colored, so
Huh.
it makes it look like it's like a potion. So, and then he comes back out and he says, "Courtesy of the witch hunters, actually." He brings out a little pack of 20. He says, "Blinding bolts."
Blinding bolts. All right. How much are you thinking for this pack of 20 here?
Says 2,000.
Only 2,000. I will gladly take these off your hand if you're okay with getting rid of them.
I'm a merchant, sir. I sell things.
Alrighty, here you go. Pass him off his two 2,000 Sigmarites.
You now have blinding bolts. They do 1d. They do. What's your normal? It does 1d10, so less damage. But whoever is hit by it has to make a con save, DC 16, or be blinded.
I'll be blinded.
I greatly appreciate that.
He says, "No problemo."
He's getting more urban every time we talk to him.
That's right.
I'll say he
The
sold you some
scams, they're
shoes,
sinking
boy.
in.
Is there anything else I can help you find people with?
Well, I think that's it for me.
Oh, I have nothing else.
Yeah, you've swindled me.
Swindled, sir? Well, I never.
Yeah, you never. How much are you gonna put that up for, huh?
Sir, I can't go explaining my business ventures with my customers.
Now I'm asking because I might be back for it.
150. I think it's 150,000.
He says, a sword enchanted by Balthazar Gelt. Gelt himself would pay to have this back.
Possibly.
He says, no, it's a certainty.
I see. He might not be happy with me, I suppose, but oh well.
He says, I appreciate your patronage. Do come again.
I thought he was gonna say
To
patriotism. Patriotism. I was like, yeah.
To Ingo's oddities.
As I walk out, I turn around and say, "Oh, that reminds me. Sorry about crinkling up all your fake armor." And I close
He
the door.
says, he waves off. He says, I got more.
I always feel so dirty when I leave that place.
I feel pretty good.
Yeah, those sneakers are real comfy. It's like your feet can breathe. You have
Oh.
no idea what's going on, dude. You've never felt this before.
Never
And you feel
felt
the
like this
urge
before.
You feel the urge to not want anyone to step on them.
I was gonna say, are you creasing them already?
I'm looking around and I say, well, you know what? Maybe the cities have changed since the last time I was here. Maybe they're not that bad.
No, they're very bad. The only thing
Watch your
redeemable
step.
is the mutton.
Get your button.
I will
What
not
would
be
you like
swindled.
to do?
I just kind of laugh at myself at the concept of paying for food.
Yeah, where's that mutton cart at?
It's about 5:00 p.m. You guys have been out and about for a while. Get your mutton. Get your mutton. New flavor. Barbecue. Get your mutton.
New flavor. I dash.
Oh, my best customer.
I'll take
How
two.
ab-
Two.
Here's a free sample for you, young lady.
Oh,
The
thank
new
you.
barbecue flavor.
Praise whatever god you worship. Praise them.
I worship the god of money, my dear.
Balthazar
Do I
Gelt.
overhear that?
Sure, you saw her go over there.
No. Okay, but did I hear him say he worships the god of money?
Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah. What's his name?
His name is in my pockets. So are his children.
Ah, praise in my pockets.
Name is Balthazar Gelt.
Praise in my pockets. Thank you. I'd also like to pay for one of the barbecue muttons.
It's actually a bit more expensive than normal. It's 20
That's a-
Sigmarites.
20 Sigmarites? No worries.
So I spent like 46 then.
No, you got it for free. You
Oh,
got
hell
free
yeah.
samples.
Hell yeah.
Loyal customer discount.
I paid for it.
You turn around and
yeah.
mine's all gone.
Yeah, barbecue
Uh,
mutton. Well, now
how,
Beth has a bone.
how'd you how'd you eat yours that fast?
No, I just ate
Barbecue
it
mutton on a
normally.
stick. You got one more
Golly.
barbecue mutton, Zori.
I'm eating it.
Oh, I thought you were gonna give that
Going
to.
more.
Thought you were gonna give that to Reinhard here, but
No,
okay.
mine.
You see her just devour this mutton.
Impressive. I walk up
Uh,
to Roald.
Yes.
I look him up and down, kind of giving him like the mean mug.
Okay.
Mm.
how can I trick him into buying me food?
So you say the girl over there's strong?
She's pretty strong. Yeah, she lifted a trunk out of the ground with almost no assistance.
But that can't be possible. It takes at least like multiple oxes to do that.
I
Don't
mean, you
ask me,
saw the
ma'am.
stump on the ground. Did you see
Yeah,
the stump on the ground when you
she's
walked
I
in?
saw-
licking her. She's licking her fingers as she says
I
this.
I I s- I s- I
Oh,
look at her
I
and
wasn't
say,
saying that, but
I mean,
sure.
oh, never mind.
Oh, never mind then.
Yeah, and then
I'm
after he
just
says
licking
that,
my
I go,
fingers.
ah. So, Matthias, he was talking about an extermination job. Not really sure why. Old Axel called me here. You mind caring to explain? I don't know. Matthias, he always seems to get in a real bad mood whenever I show up.
Well, it's actually a very serious problem. I don't know if, I mean, the end of the world potential's there, I feel, but
I turn around and look at Zori and I say, a very keen listener, aren't you?
I'm standing. Do you want my input?
I thought you were standing over at the mutton cart.
I thought we were all standing at the mutton cart.
No.
Imaginations
No, it's
differ.
just
Zori
you and me right
Zori
now.
says she walked back with the mutton.
Okay, well, I turn around and go, um, yeah, your input's welcome. I just didn't know you were back already.
Oh, sorry. I'm pretty quiet. Step of the wind and all. Well, yeah, the potential of the end of the world, I think, is great. We just got done eradicating a plague that took over an entire town. So, I'd say be very ready to kill people. People that are innocent but infected. You sure you have the stomach for potential murder and killing bad guys?
I kind of give like a hearty laugh and I say, listen, I've killed plenty of things in my time.
Well, here's to hoping, I guess, you're better than the last party member we had. He didn't have the stomach for it. Real squeamish one, that.
Sounds like a wuss.
Yeah, I guess a wuss would be what one would call it.
Silvar sneezes in the distance as he's in a lake.
He's in a lake
Cleaning
somewhere with all
himself.
his perfumes.
He's cleaning himself.
Well, tell me, Reinhardt, have you fought Skaven before?
No clue on what. I mean, Axel said something about rats.
Yeah, that's the one, Skaven. They look just like us, to be honest, except they're rats.
Like,
They look.
you mean? Would you say that the resemblance is uncanny?
That's the one. They have 2 arms, 2 legs.
They look like
What?
rats, though.
That's basically just like us.
They. But the. Okay.
Well, Reinhardt, the vast majority of them are actually kind of fun to kill. You know, they cut in half really easy. But
It should
they're
be easy and should be easy enough with this axe. I
that,
lift up my. I
more
lift
than
up
likely you can do some serious damage to them. But their leaders, however, they seem to be quite different.
Oh, they.
I put my hand on her shoulder and I say, "Oh, listen here, Roald. If there's anything all my years of doing whatever it is I've been doing have taught me anything, the bigger they are, the harder they fall."
Well, be careful about the big part. Sometimes when they're big, they explode.
That's very true.
Let's see. We killed Well, we killed the big guy Gorge. He took out Darudas.
He did
And then
take
we
out the
took out
Regis.
the next big guy. That was Throat. That was his name. He took out the small one. Then we went
Nerdist
after.
took out Throt.
Oh, well, no,
Your
Throt
memory tells you.
took the little one,
Hmm.
Radicus.
Ah, that's right.
And who did Valen die to?
Oh, that was Snickage. But then we brought him back. That was a funny story.
Yeah, and then he gave
You
up. He
guys
just quit.
brought someone back?
Yeah, we brought him back, but he just gave up. Decided to quit on us
Oh.
while we were just getting ahead. What a loser.
Oh, it sounds like your party's been full of weaklings.
Yes. That's why I'm
Well-
skeptical of your strength. I look at him.
To be honest, we've lost someone at each encounter.
I immediately stop looking around and I look at her and I say, I'm plenty strong.
Strong.
Well, I guess we'll see, won't we? When you're killing Skaven, hopefully.
At least no one's died like every week, right?
That's
No,
funny.
not every week. I think it's taken us about a month to travel there and back. So
Yeah,
It's
maybe
spread
like
out.
once every couple months.
but every
Well,
encounter.
That's not too bad.
The sun's going down, it seems.
I mean, I've lived. I
Have
shrug.
any of the rest of you ever noticed that when the sun goes down, it's like Ulrich himself is telling you to hurry up?
No, Missy, where are we staying?
I
Where's the cabins?
couldn't tell you, but I think the sun does speak for itself.
Well, in terms of playing stay in place, I think we'll be staying in the Plus district.
Well, I figured I was either going to go camp outside or crash with Matthias.
You're free to do either. I don't think there's any immediate danger of camping outside the town, unless, of course, Well, no, we took care of Eshin. Yeah, they're not a problem anymore.
I think it would be better if we all kind of tried to stick around in the same place. That way, when it's time to go, we can leave. We don't have to track each other down.
Very well. I've been meaning to talk to Matthias about good old times anyway.
Go harass Matthias. That'll be great.
Yeah, let's go harass Matthias. He doesn't ever do anything around here anyways.
You guys go back to Plas District, and
Why I'm hired.
you see. Let me get about where are we? You see. Oh, double Myrna.
Oh. Myrna has a sister.
You're the
You see Myrna reading.
She's
a book.
already inhabited Denkrat's
I walk in very boisterously and say, "Oh, you woman, where's Matthias?"
Goodness.
He says, "Oh yes, that wasn't rude. Hello. I don't know.
How do you not know?
Matthias doesn't ever do anything, so he's probably just in his room.
She left with him earlier. Where is he?
He said he went with Axel somewhere. Something about researching the end of the world again. Told me to calm it down.
I see.
I put your friend in the catacombs.
Thank you for
Did
that.
you give him a nice, front seat, I guess? I don't know.
Yeah, he's with all the others. They're all
Nice.
looking. I'm sure they're conversating well.
I'm sure.
Are they
You hear them
all
rattling?
the bones of heroes, or are they also who all bones are down there?
Fine hero.
Died
I don't
in
know at all
in
what
the
you're talking
heat of
about.
battle.
Then there's plenty of heroes.
Are you talking about that skull that you was playing with earlier?
She says, "Ah, yes, we had a nice conversation."
Ah, gotcha.
Wait,
Missy.
wait, with the skull?
Yes.
You were talking to a skull.
Have you ever tried talking to a skull?
Well, I mean, technically
I
we're
mean-
all skulls,
I mean-
but
Well, I mean, I use a wolf skull to commune with Ulrich, but I mean,
And the same principle.
Yeah, isn't that just the same thing?
I didn't think she was communing with her god. I thought she was just being weird.
Me? Weird? She looks at it a little bit shocked and offended. Never.
Well, tell me, Myrna, did Victor manage to recover? I don't
Yes,
think I
he's-
could live another. Oh,
Yeah, he did.
He's recovering in his room right now.
Oh, good. I don't know how
I
I'd live
asked about that
tomorrow.
before we left.
I don't know how I'd live tomorrow if I knew I'd never see another one of his burnings.
Well, we should go see him. If he's feeling better, we should go talk to him.
He's not exactly in a talkative mood. You're just going, okay.
I walk up to the door. Bang, 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 bang.
He's pretty fast at the punch.
Hello? Hello, who's in there?
Wonder if I can see any fireworks from my window. Let's see.
Matthias.
Alright, then you see
No,
sitting
probably
in the...
not.
God damn, I keep pressing it too long. There's Victor on top of Zori.
Matthias.
You see
His
Victor
brother.
lying in the bed with a sling on. He says, "By Sigmar, what is it? Can't a man get some sleep?"
Can I come in?
He says, I guess so. Who is it?"
Well, hello, friend. The name is Reinhard.
"Oh, yes. Matthias told me an old acquaintance of his was visiting."
Yes, I was just coming in to spread the, the blessings of Ulrich to every person in this, house.
The blessings of what now?
Of Ulrich.
Of who?
The great, powerful.
Of what?
Ulrich.
I'm not sure what you're saying.
I sit down next to him and I say, "Well, don't worry. Let me just start reading, some scripture, and now you'll get it eventually."
You see Victor looking at the rest of you guys. he's like,
Victor, I'm glad you're feeling better. You look much better than when I last saw you. With all those
Is it-
boils on you, I thought we'd have to kill you.
"Yes, the tactics of that disgusting, chaotic creature caught me off guard."
What you should know, he's dead. If you didn't already catch that part.
Yes, I was very happy to hear. Sad to hear I couldn't do it myself, but
Well, I guess
Oh.
we're just better heroes than. I guess we just got the job done.
he looks and he says, he squints and he says, "Wait a minute. 2 of you are missing."
Correct.
Yeah, the weak shall die.
Ooh. I mean,
Jesus.
yeah.
He says,
Am I wrong?
"Not that I cared too
Very.
much for the one of chaotic origins. He was a bit of a liability. But
I
the other
shrug.
one, Valen, where is he? How did he perish?"
He gave up. He died, we brought him back, and then he lost a leg and started crying about it and said he wasn't going to come back until he can come back and be stronger. Something about trying to save us all. Some stupid excuse. I don't know.
He gave up.
Yeah, he just quit. Can you believe it?
It still hurts. Oh.
Are you okay? I mean, I thought I was kind of mad about it, but I didn't laugh about it.
I'm more than okay. Best news I've heard today. Better than this man's preachings. God, who can handle such a preachy man? He looks at Reinhard.
I look down a little bit dejected, and I say, "Well, I mean, this is the first time I've gotten to talk to people in about 10 years, so I mean, I didn't think I was being that pushy about it."
He said, "No, my man, continue. Nothing can upset my mood right now. I'll hear all about your fake god."
He said he'd
Glare
be
at him.
back, though, and I made him promise to come back.
He says, "Why would you do that?"
I'm gonna put my hand on his shoulder and I'm just gonna grip down really hard.
He says, "My friend, you seem to be gripping awfully tight."
No, I'm trying to grip on a part that's sore.
He says, "Arm hurts. I'd appreciate it if you
Grip
stopped."
down a bit harder, and say, "Oh, just a blessing of Ulrich on you. Gotta bless through the pain."
So I'm gonna have Victor do a con save. He's like, "Okay, I get it."
Just a little bit harder.
He says,
Good.
"All
Are
right,
you blessing
all
him
right."
or trying to hurt him?
Blessing him. The weak those that are, too frail for Ulrich, they normally chimp out at this point.
He's,
Oh. Do me next.
Victor's glaring at you, but he's trying to toughen out the pain, but it's hurting him. It's hurting him real bad.
I have to ask Victor, do you have another witch burning scheduled?
He says, "Yeah, I was thinking about that. Do you mind letting go?"
Yeah. I give one last little squeeze, and I let go and say, "Oh, look at that! He made it through. Good job."
He says, "Yes, it was enlightening," and he's like kind of like shifting his arm, like ah. And he says, "About that," and he pulls out some paper and he says, "Look at this," and you see a big setup for a multi-cross or a multi-cross scaffolding that has Skaven spread across it, all on a cross.
Wait, this is amazing.
Yes, and he says, "This is where the igniter will start," and it shows on the bottom. It's like a little string.
Looks like just a bunch of paper to me.
When's it gonna be, Victor?
As soon as Myrna provides me more willing participants.
Oh,
yes.
Mana, that shopkeep Ingo, he's procuring his own poison.
Shopkeep?
If you're interested.
Although he did say it was legally, so I don't think.
He looked very shifty.
Oh,
I think he was
Victor
lying.
Lying?
Oh no, he seemed pretty trustworthy to me.
He's a scam artist. I don't think he's very
Scam
trustworthy.
artist?
My big
Victor gets up. He's
I
like,
just
I
thought-
ought to show him a piece of my mind.
I just thought Mana would be interested in his procuring a poison. Maybe she would know more about it.
Myrna's whistling off to the side.
Mana!
Mana!
Mana, I was trying to tell you
Mana.
something.
She keeps trying. She's very much trying to avoid this conversation.
I walk over to Mana and put my hand on her shoulder.
I didn't know you guys were still here talking.
Mana, the shopkeep
Hey.
Ingo, he's procuring some poison. I thought you'd be interested.
Oh, yes, I'm sure it's very illegal. I think Victor has it taken care of, actually, yeah.
Okay, I just thought you'd be interested.
No,
Myrna, he keeps trying to get out of bed. What should I do?
Yeah, let's just watch for a second. Victor tries
Shall we
getting
put
up.
him down?
No, Victor gets up and he says, "Nothing can stop the might of sick." Face plant. And he says, "Accept injuries." Apparently,
I don't remember Victor's character being like this.
injury really takes a lot out of a man.
I'm gonna I'll grab him and help him back up.
It says, thank you.
Curious.
I sit him down and I say, "Blessings of Ulrich on you." I step
Can
out.
I get the blessing of Ulrich?
It says,
I don't believe in gods, but
Come on,
Yeah.
Zoe. We've
I
been
asked
working hard on
Reinhardt.
this. Praise
I
Sigmar.
turn around
yeah,
and go,
praise
"What-
Sigmar, praise Ulrich, and praise the others. Praise the the money of God, the gods' money. Money.
Right. In my pockets. Yeah, praise in my pockets.
Yeah.
It says, "Will you all be staying here tonight? There are separate rooms ready."
Yes.
Yeah, I'll be staying here.
Separate rooms for
Yeah,
everybody, or are some of us gonna have to share? I look over at Ruled.
She
No.
says, "No, we're in the Lord's castle. He has separate rooms."
Which
Ah,
room is yours?
perfect.
No.
I wink.
Myrna looks disgusted. And she says, "I'm pretty sure it's on the far end of the castle on the right. Very far from this current location."
Very far. All right.
Yeah, just keep walking down that hallway. When you think you made it, go a little further.
I don't want to open it. I don't want.
You got it.
Figured you would.
I'm gonna as I go leave, I smile at Myrna and I like a big toothy grin. And I say, "Yeah, he really tried it, didn't he?"
Myrna goes back to her book and says, I never get the. I think I prefer the Skulls Company again.
Gosh.
I was gonna make a bone
I'm
joke,
gonna-
but I decided not to.
I'm gonna go. I'm not gonna go to a room. I'm gonna try to find like the the workers' barracks.
Okay, you found it.
I want
There's
to
a
walk
bunch
in.
There's a bunch of little bellboys and maids.
Hello.
I used to open it with my
Hey,
teeth when I was a kid.
Who wants to hear about the glory of
I'm gonna
Ulrich?
try it.
They all look at you and
I'm gonna try it.
they're very confused. Say, sir, are you lost?
No, I found
So
the exact.
a maid grabs your hand and says, "Sir, I don't know if you know where you are right now, but let's get you to sleep, right?"
I look at her and I say, I know what I'm doing.
I know what I'm doing.
She says, "Oh, were you not part of the nursing home?"
I just glare at her and I say, do I look like I should be part of a nursing home?
Everybody inside that room looks away.
Did we go our separate ways, or
Hello?
are we still there?
Yeah.
Well, Reinhard went a different way. And
Oh,
then
okay.
one of the younger looking Belkis, he raises his hand and says, "Oh, I want to hear about it."
All right, I pull up a stool and I start giving the good sermon to this one
He's-
person.
He's listening. Okay, who's next? Who's going to bed next?
I'm just
And
gonna
then-
go
and
up to
then-
my room and go to sleep.
I
All
was
right.
I was following Myrna's pulse directions.
No, you find a room back there. It's turns out it's the horse stables,
Mm.
all the way at the end.
Maybe we can
That's
find a
where she
nice
said-
old man to bed with.
You know, I don't think this is where she said, but I'm akin to using hay bales, so this will be good.
All right. Next up is Farley.
Hello. I'm
You're
on my
going
bed.
to sleep. All right. Now, with a sermon going on and everyone else in bed, Zori, make a con save.
Oh, okay. Well, let's hope my
All right, we're
advantage
going
gives
to the
me
other
something
Discord.
else. Ah, there we go.
This is not an advantage con save.
I get advantage on all saving throws.
Well, let's say you got disadvantage on it, make it a flat roll.
Rip.
Well, I get plus 3.
Help me.
No, I get plus 3, so what did I first roll
Well,
then?
You
Nobody's
with a
dying.
nine,
A
so
9,
it'd be 12.
so 12.
Nobody's dying here. Just
No,
into the
I
other
just, I
Discord.
want my rolls. It's not fair. I want my rolls.
Yeah, it was 12.
I got a
Yeah,
20.
goodbye.
Had a critical success.
All right, critical success. Other Discord, I can tell you what happens.
That's fine.
Kept
Okay.
going to a different one. You have a very vivid. The 20 allows you to perfectly see this.
Hell
You
yeah.
have a vivid and magical dream. As you're dreaming, you're going through a garden, and it smells amazing. The flowers, they're blooming. The grass is green.
Ah, it's like the sakura blossoms back in Nippon.
The grass is green, and you see children playing all around you, and it really feels like pure bliss. And you hear just a hearty laughter go on in the back. My children, come, join
You
us.
speak so loud. Stop it.
Uh, you don't see where this voice is happening at. You just hear it.
Do I recognize the voice?
No, you've never heard this voice before.
I have or haven't. Sorry, Daniel talks so loud next to me.
No, you haven't. Have not.
Okay. All right.
And,
This is a dream, right? So
Yeah, it's a dream.
I'm just chilling in the dream, yo.
All right, you feel You feel pretty good, actually. Everything feels really nice. You hear birds everywhere, and you lost a level in Monk, and you now have a level in Plague Touched.
And plague touched?
Yes.
In the dream?
No, right now.
In the real world?
Yes, in the real world.
What does it mean?
Your senses are perfectly with you. Nothing is disorienting right now at that 20. Everything feels as clear as day. Anything you
I'm.
want to do in this dream world?
I guess I try to follow the voice and find the voice.
You listen and you follow the voice. It sounds just like laughing and frolicking as you hear little children playing about, and you see a big old man with a big white beard.
Santa.
He's very huge, big belly. It's not Santa
I
though.
walk over.
He says, "Oh ho ho, a new visitor. Hello. Oh, hmm. Oh, he works fast. You've been touched."
I've been touched.
He laughs. He says, "Of course, my dear. How else would you be here? Touched by a familiar friend of mine, too. New
I
follower."
I don't remember being touched.
And he says, "Many bestowed with this gift don't quite remember."
No, how do I get rid of it?
He drops a smile. He says, "What?
The touch, is it good or bad?
Why would this touch ever be bad?" He's getting bigger.
I I don't know. I deal with a lot of bad things from day to day.
Then his smile returns. He says, my dear, to be touched isn't to suffer. Look around you."
And I look at all the children.
And they're all frolicking and playing, and they're smiling at you. And he says, "To be touched is a blessing bestowed upon by me.
No, who are you?
Oh, I'm just an old soul. Some call me the All Father."
The All Father?
Yes, they refer to me. Isn't that right, kids? He nuggies their head. As a grandfather of sorts.
So what is your job as the All Father?
To guide my children. Guide them to a path of bliss and euphoria.
Um. Well, am I dead then?
Dead? Why would you be dead, my dear?
No. What am I doing here in this nice looking place?
I think we're having a fine old chat.
Do I feel uneasy about anything?
Do an insight check.
Does anything make me feel at ease, in easy? I got 18.
Ooh, you feel something is up, but you can't quite put your finger on it. This guy doesn't seem too suspicious though. He seems to be genuine in his thoughts and concerns. The kids seem to be having genuine fun, but you can't quite shake a funny feeling.
Do you have any other names that you go by or that others might call you?
He says, "In time, my dear, I can reveal more. For now, awake." And he touches your forehead. And you're awake.
All Father?
Oh, hello.
Welcome back.
So you
All
said I
right.
was
You guys are
plague
sipping.
touched? Or no?
Yes, one level.
Oh, okay.
They just lower your level by one.
Oh, so I'm not. I'm level 19, 18 now?
Yes, ma'am.
You just debuffed her.
Apparently.
Okay. You guys don't want to do anything else throughout the night?
I'm sleeping.
I don't want to go through my
Event
whole sheet and undo all that crap, man.
I'm
eventually,
sleeping.
once I finish the sermon, I'm gonna give the kid like a rub on the a little ruffle of the hair, smile at him, and for just a split second, he's gonna see some wings, and then I'm gonna leave.
He's like, oh boy, he's skipping about the way.
That's not the tab I want.
And then I go to my room.
All right, then you guys sleep. You get full heal. You get full rest in.
Mm.
What would you like to
I
do?
want to. Wait
I'd
a
like
minute.
to make my way out towards the kitchen area after
As
sleeping
I
out in the horses area.
as I see the
I want to
morning
gain
sun
the
through the
effect of
window, I get up.
Sanctuary after my long rest.
Go on and detail that to me.
It is. Um, I don't understand it.
Well, let me look it up.
I don't.
Indeed, heavy.
It's a new thing that I have that I've never used before. It's tranquility. Beginning at the 11th level, you can enter a special meditation that surrounds you with an aura of peace. At the end of a long rest, you gain the effect of a sanctuary spell that lasts until the start of your next long rest.
Where the creature within range against attack.
And then there's like a
Wonder what
saving
this
throw
sanctuary do.
equation. Sanctuary wards a creature, I suppose myself, against attack until the spell ends. Any creature who targets the warded creature with an attack or a harmful spell must first make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the creature must choose a new target or lose the attack or spell. This spell doesn't protect the warded creature from area effects such as the explosion of a fireball. If the warded creature makes an attack or casts
Explosions.
a spell that affects an enemy creature, the spell ends.
Okay.
It's just like a passive buff, I guess.
And lasts 1 minute.
With an attack or harmful spell. Okay. You feel
This
warded
spell
waking up.
lasts until the start of my next long rest. So
It says it lasts a minute on the duration, but
yes, but it says
Does
I
it say-
gained the effect of a sanctuary
oh,
spell.
okay, yeah. All right.
Mm,
Sure, your
Gotcha.
harmful effects won't affect you.
Sick.
There you go.
How do
You
I
As I
get
guys
rid
look
of the
are
out
bad
to the
touch?
you guys
as
are
I look
waking up.
out. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, the morning comes and you guys wake up.
We've awoken.
I walk downstairs, groggy, very questioning everything that's happened to me through the night.
I open up my door and I just take in the nice morning air, which smells fucking gross because we're in a fucking city.
You guys meeting anyone else?
Is Myrna up in the front again?
She's rested in her study.
Okay. I'm just wandering about the halls, wondering when I get food.
Yeah, I was walking to the kitchen right now.
All
I
right,
don't need to
and
eat, so.
okay, then yeah, you see the same bellhop as before. He has a big plate that he was kind of shuffling about, clanging metal, and he runs into you, Reinhard. He
Oh,
said,
hello.
"Oh, sir, I was just coming to bring you your breakfast."
Oh, well, isn't that nice of you?
And he said, "Not anything." He hands the plate. It was heavy for
I,
him, but he's able to give it to you.
I take it.
Bacon,
I
eggs.
smile at him, and I start walking around while I'm eating it.
Okay. Then you see on the other end, you see Wooden Bow there. You meet him. Because he's out and about as well.
Oh, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Oh,
Yeah, that
I popped my back.
You see hay splitting from pieces of his clothing.
I look over and say, "Would they give you a shitty bed?"
Well, you see, I was following Myrna's instructions to go down to the farthest hallway, way far away from where we were, and she just told me to go to the stables. And
Oh,
I
did you
just
not
stayed.
you not pick up on what she was saying?
Nah,
Another bite.
I'm very straightforward to the point, but I understand what she meant now.
Yeah, she was telling you to basically go fuck yourself.
Yeah,
Oh.
I know that.
Literally.
Hmm. Well, should we find the others?
I'm
That
walking
I
down the
s-
stairs to the living area, I guess.
yeah.
All right. You're in
Well,
the
there's
living
no
area.
doubt that they'd be here soon. I sit down in
Look
the chair.
over.
Look, there's one right now.
All right.
Oh, good
Both
morning.
both uh, Reinhard and Graven make
Raven.
make a perception check.
29.
Ooh.
And all right, it hits your nose, splitting. It's very powerful, Reinhardt. Something stinks. It smells real bad.
But fucking Ulrich. What is that?
Like something died.
What is what?
I quickly sniffed my pits.
Yeah,
It ain't me.
you can't
I
quite tell
promise.
where it's coming from.
I look around. It's like someone stow a carcass in here.
What are you talking about? I
It's,
look. I
Servant,
look vaguely worried.
you servant.
he says, "Yes. What can I help you with?" Honored
Do
guest.
you store Do you store carcasses in here? You smell that?
He says, "Well, I don't." Oh! He's hacking up, and he's like, He's holding his stuff. I'm terribly sorry, sir. I don't know. I'll have the maids come in here quick to clean.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Smells lingering about. And
I-
a bunch of maids come out with water barrels, and they're holding their nose. They can't quite handle what's going on right now.
I look at my food and I can't bring myself to finish it.
Uh, all right. The maids, they're practically hacking up. They're trying to scrub, and you kind of smell the smell of like soap and cleaning agents, but it just gets drowned out with this smell.
Oh. Ugh.
What would you like to do?
I'm in the
I'm
living
gonna-
area. Are you guys not in the living area? Do you just smell me from afar?
No, you guys are all in the same area.
Okay. Well, I've asked many questions and no one's replied to any of them, so I'm just gonna sit here quietly.
Questions?
I just know that apparently it stinks in here.
Yeah, and I said twice. No, what do you mean stinks? As I look visibly worried.
I
I,
I kind of motion all around and say, do you not smell it?
Take a
Smell
deep
what?
whiff. Yeah, you take a deep whiff. You don't smell anything, Zori. You cannot tell what the fuck they're on about.
I slept out with the horses. Can you check and see if I didn't sleep in some
Yeah, I'll walk over
manure?
to over to Graven. I'll give him put my nose real close and give him the big whiff.
He does smell like a horse's butt, but you can give a you know how to determine what smells like what that smell is and what a horse's butt is like.
Okay, I go. Well, he doesn't smell great, but he's not that. And I walk over to her and I go.
Thanks. I
I
use
look at her.
Axe body spray.
That's the smell.
Oh god.
I look over at Zori and I say, I just kind of reach over and I go.
As soon as you take that first whiff, it enters your nose.
Gonzo.
Yeah, it's you.
It's me.
All the maids are looking at you, and they're kind of glaring because they're holding their noses and looking at you, Zori.
Do I
So
notice
I
them
take
glaring at me?
Make a perception check.
I'm making a perception check. 14.
As soon as you turn your head and look that way, they go back to scrubbing, and they look concerned that you looked at them.
Yeah. Keep scrubbing the floors, I guess. I'm very very like worried that that I'm the one that smells bad. Have you guys seen Myrna anywhere or Matthias or any of the big
You know
ones?
what? I'll go. You know what? I'll go look. And I step out of the room.
You can't find Matthias anywhere. He's gone.
No.
Victor's
If
resting.
anything, I step out and I just start breathing in the more fresh air and I go. Oh, by Ulrich, that's Vile.
Daniel, am I gonna die?
I'll look up my plate of food. What's going on?
No, I'm asking you. Am I gonna
Well,
die?
as Roald hasn't left his room yet.
I'll go.
Daniel,
I'll go.
please
I'll go
don't
find
shake your head at
another
me.
servant, and I'll say, excuse me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you direct me towards what the f- is her name? Myrna, her
Yeah.
quarters.
Lady Myrna's inside the study hall. It's just down that, and he points down the hallway, and on your right.
Oh, thank you. Continue down. I get to the study, and I go, bang, 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 bang,
Uh, she said, "It's open." You
bang,
see
bang.
Myrna, you see Myrna there. She's glaring at the door, but she says, "Ah, our new compatriot. How can I help you?"
Hey, so there's a little bit of a problem in the kitchen. You mind coming with me?
Problem. Um. Okay. She gets up and she's going with you.
As we're
She's
walking,
walking with you.
I go. Okay, so you remember how like apparently there's the two members of the group that you've been with that's been like the normal ones.
Yes, Zori and Roald.
Yeah, one of them fucking stinks.
Stinks. I don't know which. As she walks in, she's like, "Oh, oh." She
Yeah,
smells it,
yeah, that.
and she says,
Oh,
"Oh, by Sigmar, what is that odor?"
it's not me. And I point at Grave and I say, it's not him. And when I smelled her, it got another whiff of it.
She said, Myrna's like inching her way towards you. She says, "Zori, are you all right?" She's holding her nose.
I feel all right. I don't smell anything. I I had a dream last night, and someone named the Allfather came to me, and he was talking about some stupid paradise. It didn't feel
She's
right.
still
I don't know. And then I come down, and everyone says I smell bad. Myrna, am I gonna die?
Myrna. She's like, "Oh, there." She's like doing this, like patting you from a distance, keeping her head away. She's like, "I'm sure it's nothing, but how about we try some showers, maids?" The maids
Should I
come
try to
in.
go get Matthias?
She's like, "Well, he's not around
He's never around when
anymore."
you need him. He's never here. He's always gone.
Yes, well, two
Yeah,
capital
but I bet
cities
he
did
doesn't
kind of.
stink.
Myrna says, two capital cities did seemingly get sunken into the ground, so he needs to investigate that."
I guess so. I'll
Yes,
go take a shower. Is there a place I can do that here? Do I need to leave?
she says, "No, the maids will prepare a bath for you. Sponge bath, please." The maids are looking like, "Oh God,
Do the
no."
maids? Yeah, do the maids look pissed off?
They look very upset, and they begin scrubbing. They're scrubbing you down real hard. Scrub, 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 scrub. They're all ladies,
On the
and
spot.
On the spot.
they're, some of them are they're like leaning their heads back, and they're using some high quality soaps on you. And then when the head maid comes in, and she's like, "Okay, lady," she rolls back her sleeves, and she says, "I got this." And then she gets like a big barrel of some kind of strange substance. "Strongest soap I have around. This was for
Breaks
special
out a power
occasions."
washer.
And she
Dawn
brings
dish
out
soap.
a bit. It's a big loofah that she has, and she says, "This was going to be for a special occasion for our lordship Toddbringer, but I think this takes precedent." She says, "I'm going in," and she begins scrubbing you, super scrubbing you. She's a strong lady.
I really appreciate it. Ow.
She's like manhandling, is practically scrubbing the skin. She's like, "All right then," and she's like shoving her head in the water for a little bit, trying to get this all over you.
Okay.
It's grubbed.
You
And,
should have
Scrub.
Okay.
gotten that water breathing ring.
she,
Oh
she
man.
says, and then she says, "Bring out the best perfumes we have." And then the lady's like, "Yes, mistress." And they start getting as many perfumes And it's
Do
like
I just smell the
this-
perfumes, or do I just not smell anything?
as soon as they start spraying the perfumes on you, you feel like you're gonna throw up.
It's too much, really. Surely it's gone by now, right?
She says she takes like a close whiff, or like a far away whiff. She's like, "Well, it's not as strong as before, I guess." And then she says, "Like, but the perfumes are helping. They smell heavenly. Can't you tell?"
Ugh, it smells. It smells.
You think those perfumes smell like death. It smells terrible.
Honestly, I feel like you right now. It doesn't smell very nice. I feel like I might hurl.
And she said, oh, you offend his lordship. These are the most expensive of his products."
I assure you, I mean no offense. It doesn't smell good.
She says, "Here," and she hands you like a spray ball. "Spray this on yourself every 30 minutes throughout the day, and maybe we'll get some clean air."
Well, if you say so. I I keep it. Did you wash my clothes as well, or
She says, "Oh no, we burned those."
my you you burned my clothes?
She says, "Well, I mean, we don't know the origins of the stank."
Did you at least save the orange sash? The orange sash is very important.
We were told about that. Yes, it's still around, but it's outside airing out.
Oh, well, that's good, I suppose.
We'll get you more appropriate clothing, some that don't linger with odor.
Well, okay.
And she goes and she brings her scarf. She's like pinching it, and she's like looking. She's keeping her head very far away from it. And then she's like, Here you go."
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah.
You know that scene in the beginning of Mulan where they're like redoing her to make her
Yeah.
marriage appropriate? That's what's
Yeah.
going on. It's the chaos.
Yeah. When we're through, you men will gladly go to war for you.
Yeah,
That's
it's
right.
about it. While that's going on, I'm gonna go fetch Roald.
Okay. World,
Sleeping,
you hear a knocking on your door.
Snacking.
tapping on my bedroom door.
Hey,
Yep, I'll get
hey,
up and answer.
hey, wake up!
Hey, hello. Yes, hello.
Yeah, so we have a little bit of a problem.
A problem?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
what?
yeah, you know your compatriot.
Zori, yes.
Yeah, she stinks to all hell.
Oh, you're you're kidding me, not again. It's the third
Yeah.
one. Well, you see, one of our party members, I don't know if he was our party member, but we were fighting Skaven with him, and he started getting smelly, and he started to go mad and things like that, and well, he died. And then, what was it? What was his name? Silvar. He just got stinky too, and well, he's the one that left. He couldn't take it anymore.
Oh, the one she keeps being really antagonistic about.
I think so, but one of the two.
Yeah, one of the two.
Um, well, it's certainly not a good sign. If everything points to the same direction, of course.
Myrna was
Well, I mean,
listening in, and she says, Was there a common denominator in any of those occurrences?"
They all smell bad.
"Yes, I understood that part." And she says, "Anything else?"
Well, let's see. Can I do a memory check and see if there's anything
well,
specifically?
I mean,
Sure.
she does say that all the ones that got it were weak. But he says she's
Well,
strong, so maybe that's it.
Oh, 13. I don't think I have anything to memory.
you
I
remember
don't think I was hit
something
or
that
touched by anything.
you remember there's some sort of common denominator that you can link between the first two, but Zori, you can't quite. You need a better memory check to remember what could have happened.
Well,
Bring the
see
conversation to me. Maybe I can remember.
no.
It's hard to get
See,
near you.
the first one, he had the green thing on his chest. The second one didn't, but they were both touched by the same boy. I guess they work slightly differently, but they both ended up with them. Well, the first one went mad. But the second one,
Well, I mean,
uh,
if you think about it, the first dude who you saw the mark on, he got a spell cast on him, but so far he got touched and he didn't have the mark.
uh,
As
huh.
far as you know, you guys never checked him.
What? He did several times.
He refused
You
to
never
show us
checked
his
it.
chest. He was a prissy boy.
Crusty boy.
Prissy
Prissy.
boy.
Crusty.
Sure.
Crusty. I mean, maybe, yeah. And Myrna says, "Okay." And was Zori touched? I was there too. I don't remember. I remember it trying, but it looked like it had no effect on her.
Yeah, no, she was fine. This happened just overnight, so maybe we should investigate her room. Maybe there's signs there.
And she says, "Oh, okay. That sounds like sound logic." You guys go by, and you're passing by the room where Zori's still being scrubbed down by the headmistress,
You hear me like going ow every now and then.
and she's like
Right.
trying to like get out clumps in your hair. When was the last time you did your hair?
Well, the monks are usually bald. We never had to take care of our
She
hair.
pulls tighter on your hair and starts
Ah!
styling it some more.
I walk by
Having
and say, "Is
flashbacks to
everything
my
going good in
childhood.
here?"
You try it smelling, and it's definitely you can get closer to Zori than before.
Is the
No,
smell gone?
no, but it's a little bit better.
Oh, then I guess it's going okay. I'm just frightened at this point. I don't want to die.
I'm just
I don't
sitting
want
in
to die.
the kitchen in the kitchen chairs, leaning back, just waiting.
All right, you guys go to Zori's room. It's yeah, it doesn't smell like anything in there,
Odd.
but do an investigation check. Myrna's gonna do one too.
Oh, I'm not very
I
good.
flicked that locust away, by the way. I didn't just pocket it. I flicked it into the nature. It's gone.
Ah!
All right. Gerald is looking at the doorknob,
Oh
and
God.
Reinhard is looking at the door. And
Just staring at it. It looks like a
This
door
has
to
to be
me.
it.
Yeah, we were
Myrna,
looking at. We're like, this has to mean something.
Myrna is like she's like I think it's more this over here, and she looks at this. She says she pulls back some covers, and look, there's a big sweat spot, and she says, "Oh, I think this might be." Oh, ugh!" She gets close to it, and she starts throwing up. Smells
What was your
disgusting.
smell like? I'm using a perception smell.
I'm using a
Dish
perception
smell.
You get
smell.
real close to it.
Oh.
16.
Even getting
Oh.
close to it, it smells like a crustier, drier version of what Zori smelled like before.
Okay.
Telling me I didn't smell that in my sheets before I laid down.
I know exactly what I need to do with this. I start bundling up the sheets and I throw them out the window.
She's like, I'm sure the help won't mind, actually. Doing them a favor, is what Myrna
Yeah,
says.
it's such a good day to go out for a walk underneath this
Yeah, you know what?
window.
Let's roll a 20. If it's under 10, it hits an old man. You just struck an old man with a bundle of clothing.
He begins smelling bad.
I look out the window and say, "You should probably burn that."
It stinks so bad.
Worse than my diapers. That's what it's like.
Good.
All right. Myrna says, "Well, I think we can assume the smell's coming directly from Zori. But the only question is why? You said it happened to Savar. Was she a part of that explosion at the end?"
She was. Well, no.
I didn't
No, she
take
was
any.
behind the building.
I don't think I
Wait,
took
where
any
did you-
damage from that.
No, I don't think you did.
Because
No, she
I
did not.
had evasion and I rolled a success, so I took 0 damage.
And uncanny dodge, that's why. So you didn't get hit by it.
Yeah, no, she was unscathed.
Myrna says, well, there's a lot of inconsistencies going on, and we need to find some linking factor.
So then, where was the sweat? Or whatever that was.
I assume it was her body perspirant.
Perspirant. Nasty. Girls don't perspire.
Myrna says,
It's true.
right.
They don't.
Let's see how Zori's doing.
Yeah, well, seems we've come to a dead end here.
I'm not putting on a dress. You can't move in those things. Wear some trousers.
The head nurse says, you're gonna dress appropriately. No more of these rags.
I'm not putting on a dress. I refuse.
The nurse, or the mistress, is very strong, actually. She's a big,
I'm
burly
strong
woman.
too. I will strength check her.
Okay.
I'm not putting on a dress.
Roll your strength check.
How am I supposed to fight in a dress?
Rip.
I just want to, when she's done wrestling, I
It's
just
an
want to open the
11
door.
plus 4, so a 14.
She's gonna counter roll her strength.
Or a 15. It's 11.
She rolled a 20.
You're kidding me.
Like
I have a
said,
21 in
think of,
strength.
think of like the body type of like Ursula or the Queen of Hearts from
No,
Alice in
I
Wonderland.
know that, but I should be stronger.
Well, you didn't quite roll stronger this time. Used a lot of energy on that stomach.
Say something.
Yeah, the muscles are still sore.
You're very surprised. You were getting ready for like a combat maneuver, but this mistress, the head mistress, just manhandles you, and then she starts forcing you into the dress.
Please. Please. Not the dress. It's indecent for monks. It's against my religion.
I just opened the door. Sorry.
Help! She's trying to put me in a dress. It's against my religion.
Wait, she at this point she's like half naked, right?
She's got at least the first part of the dress on. Just needs to be zipped up on the back.
Oh, I look and I go. Oh wait, right. I'm not supposed to walk in. You want me to close the door?
No, help me!
Oh, right.
Head mistress says, "No, please. We got it under control."
You
I mean,
should
she-
go in and help her zip her up.
She said she needs
She
help
needed
though.
help.
And you've been put into a ballroom dress.
You're kidding me.
Yeah, Zori.
The
now has a ballroom
degradation.
dress. Half your
I
movement
look-
speed while you're in
So
it.
I have base movement speed now?
I look at her and I say, well, you can't move in that at all.
I know, it's revolting.
The
Oh
head
no!
mistress-
Watch this. I grab the bottom. I just rip up the leg.
Oh, the half movement speed is debuff is gone. You can move your legs.
Oh.
Ah, see, there you go. Easy.
Well, I suppose that's a little bit nicer, but I will be procuring my own outfit later. I pointedly look at the lady.
I'd like you to find a new dress for Zori in this picture. White-haired lady with a dress, please.
Use your sins. It's fine.
Just send it to me in a bit. I'll give you time to search it up. Anyway, the head mistress says, "Well, at least she looks presentable. Doesn't quite smell presentable." And she make sure you're perfuming. She tells Zori. And then she
Yes,
goes
yeah,
about her
I
way.
won't forget. And I tie
smile
my
real
orange
big and
sash around my waist.
I smile real big and I say, "Oh, look at there! I can actually stand to be in the same room as you now. That's an
Hey.
improvement."
You guys, until you reach within 10 feet of her, you don't smell anything. You actually smell the perfume. It smells awfully fragrant, like roses.
Mm.
Whoa. There's so many anime girls pop up when you put white-haired lady with a dress.
Zori, every time you spray that perfume, it just feels like you're just spraying like practically piss on yourself.
I'm gonna
Which technically
vomit.
it's Miss Comics pee. But it just smells disgusting. Okay. Myrna says, "How are you feeling, Zori?"
I'm feeling like I want to vomit from the putrid smell of this perfume.
And she says, "Oh, may I?" She asks for the perfume.
I hand it over to her.
She sprays some on her wrist, and she says, "Oh no, that smells amazing. Now, smell this, everyone."
I smell it.
You're not used to like fragrant odors, but it smells pretty good.
Mm.
Is she like holding out her wrist?
No, she actually just tosses you the vial.
Okay. I grab it and I look at it. and then I open up the top and do a quick smell.
It
Yeah,
smells
tastes like a
incredibly
girly
fragrant.
girl thing.
Yeah,
And
it's
I
like
set it on
sweet
the
smelling.
table.
Says, "Oh, this should get you done. This should get you over nicely."
He,
Zori, do you remember any odd occurrences that might be linked to this event?
I I don't know. I just went to bed and everything seemed fine, and I mean I had kind of an uneasy dream, but I mean it's just a dream, right?
I look at her dead seriously and say, "You know, gods, they visit people in dreams." That's how Ulrich spoke to me whenever I first started living in the woods.
Well,
Everybody looks at him and he seems a little crazy in what he just said.
if your religion checks out, the there was a god, I guess, in my dream. He called himself the Allfather.
The
I'm
All
gonna,
Father.
I'm gonna ponder and wonder what that means.
Myrna's gonna do a memory check on. She's gonna do a history check
I
actually.
tried to ask him if he had any other aliases, but he never said any other names, and then he said that he was the one to make the children go to a nicer place, and all the kids around me seemed to be very happy, so it
No,
seemed
seems
okay.
like
And
a
then
nice guy.
he
All I
touched my
know is about
forehead
the
and told
God
me to
we
wake
know.
up, and I woke up and came downstairs, and you guys said I smelled really bad.
Myrna says, "Aren't you an orphan, Zori?
Oh, all monks are kind of orphans. We all grew up in the temple.
Maybe it's just a manifestation of your urge for a father figure."
Oh, I don't think so about that. We're well taken care of in the tower.
Look at that, another one with daddy issues.
No, we're all well taken
I
care of
give
in the
him,
tower.
I give him a high five.
Yeah, yeah.
Myrna rolls her eyes at both of them. She says, "I don't mean it like that. I don't know how this dream could be related. Did he say anything, this All Father, about your smell or anything?"
I I don't think so. Does Zori actually remember? Because Zori would be able to relent everything.
As she remembers the whole conversation, you just referred to you being, he referred to you having a gift, and he referred to the gift being very nice and good. And then he told you to, he chose when you wake up or woke up. And you remember, what else did he say? You remember him saying something about bliss and euphoria. Um, you remember just lots of smiles, happy faces, a good garden. You never checked out. Uh, yeah, you don't remember anything in particular about him that was off-putting. You do remember looking at the situation and feeling something bad about it, but not emanating from whoever that was in your dream.
It all seemed okay. I can't think of anything really more.
And she says, "Well, maybe it's just temporary. I know this. If this is the same thing related to your friend Silvar, the stench did get lower in its emanating."
You guys are used to stinking before?
She says, "Oh yes, I've spent my fair share of time in many carcasses, but this is different."
There's not very many images to choose from, Joseph,
That's okay.
that aren't like slutty.
God damn
Not
I
it.
mean, I
slutty.
mean, you do.
Indecent.
I mean, you do
Indecent.
have like the one leg torn up, so I mean, it would be kind of
Yeah, look for
appropriate.
like a torn up ballroom dress or something.
Torn up ballroom dress. I mean, there's this
And then
one.
just Photoshop the ballroom dress over that photo of Zori.
Well, I'd be able to do something artistic with it later, but
Yeah,
you
I
can
don't know if
add
you'll
more
keep
stuff
that on.
later. That's
we
the
use realm
first
of
one that
Cruella,
looks
imagination
like it
for right now.
fits roughly. There's not
Cruella
very many other
Deville over
choices.
here.
That's what I'm saying.
There's this one, but I think this girl's an elf or something.
Ooh.
That's okay. We could keep this for now. Uh, Myrna says, and anyway, don't we have a mission to get onto?
We
I
do,
look at him and
but
Once
how
say,
would
inside, it seems like an inconvenience more than a, actual deterrent.
I just shrug and I say, I mean, do we get like a carriage or anything?
And she says, yes, one will be provided for you. It's quite the journey to Carrick Eight Peaks. I would
quite?
say maybe almost a month's worth of time.
So we need at least 2 months worth of rations.
Says those will be provided on the carriage.
Ah,
I
perfect.
look at him and say, rations. We can just hunt. The wilderness provides.
Right.
Yeah. Listen, sir. I was paid to just do my job. I expected everything else to be taken care of. It's not that I don't
Oh,
like
oh
hunting.
well,
I can
looky
hunt.
there. People that live in cities expecting to be taken care of. What a surprise!
I should have
Well,
shot. I
well,
should have shot
well.
near his foot.
Oh, a gunshot near it goes by your foot.
Crossbow
I,
shot.
Crossbow shot goes by your foot.
I don't flinch.
Warning. And
Oh,
I give you like a side eye thing.
Myrna says, all right, well, aggression and passive aggression aside, I think it's about time that we do some bonding and get on that carriage. Well, I won't be joining you. You're to meet up with Mortimer and see if he's alive or dead or not.
Well,
Well, that's a great sign, considering that the only other person that I met was just a skull.
Zori, are you well enough to go?
I mean, I feel fine, other than what other people say I smell bad. But if
And
this
maybe that dress.
putrid, oh, this dress,
Mm.
can I procure some more comfortable clothing before I go?
She says, yes, you can change.
Thank you. Is there
I
like
look at
a
Myrna.
clothes store?
Yes, there's
I look at
one in the market district. It's next to Ingo's shop.
Oh, okay. Well, that's perfect then. I guess I'll head there.
Okay.
Okay.
I look at Myrna and I'm gonna say, do our supplies come with a like a? I motion to like pinch my nose.
She says that there's clothing pins. I think that might do.
Oh, look at that. Want something provided for him.
Oh, Myrna, she like does that, and she walks out.
And I just walk over to him and like so my dude's about like 6'2", so I'm just looking down at you a little
Yeah,
bit,
I'm 5'10". Yeah.
and I'm just standing there for way longer than I should. I'm gonna try an intimidation check. 16.
16. Let me see
Okay.
here.
I'd say you'd have to
What
like counter roll charisma.
counter roll for charisma?
Yeah,
All right.
just to see if you can handle it. Oh,
18.
it's a lot of aura emanating from the both of them.
I just
Well,
walk past him. I don't try to shoulder check him. I
oh,
just walk past him.
I was gonna offer my hand and say let bygones be bygones.
Oh yeah. As you do that, I look at you and I just smile real big and take the hand and say, "Not many that wouldn't be scared of a wolf."
I'm not scared of much, but I do appreciate the fact that you're willing to fight.
All right, and we'll jump to Zori. Zori, as you're walking down the streets, people are like moving farther away from you.
I guess I just ignore them. Spray my
You get into a
perfume.
shop. Let me find a good tailor.
I'm trying to find some kind of new character art. I don't know what you
Ah,
want from me, Mr. DM.
bring back the tailor from Trevor's. Uh,
The bone demon.
I, w- I was so happy to see that guy. Trevor was so happy to show it to us as well.
I
Oh,
guess
the
I'll get
fire
my
elemental.
iPad out.
Yeah, he's a
Oh.
good guy.
Oh man. Oh,
You know, Mr. DM, I would like to be warned before I have to change my character.
that just changing some art. You can find some this. You can find some new art for your white-haired lady.
It's so hard to find one though for a monk.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be monk themed. Now you can just you're gonna get freedom to get a makeover. Maybe against your will, kinda.
Maybe against your will, kind of. I literally searched white hair female monk character art D&D. I don't know.
Yeah, you walk into a shop and the little bell goes off and it's like, oh hello. Oh, she starts holding her nose. Hello there.
Hello. I am in need of some new clothes.
And she says,
I
would you
stay
like
kind of like
something?
towards the door.
Would you like something custom made? Oh, I don't know what happened. Maybe they're dumping their trash out. Dude, come over here.
I
You need to get your measurements.
oh. Okay,
It's
I
me.
spray my perfume like three times, couple times, a few, I guess, a few times.
This lady's gonna do a perception check. Let's see if she. No, it actually she thinks it's coming from. You know, I told them constantly not to dump their trash so close to my shop. She's like, oh, I'm so sorry about the smell. That's what she tells you.
Beth sent you a picture that I think would
Thank you,
maybe
thank
be
you.
it.
I saw that one. I just didn't know. I can pick anything.
Yeah, you're getting a makeover.
Getting a makeover. The character development, I guess. Pick that girl from The Witcher.
Siri, that's a good one. Siri. And then she says, okay, just give me a sec to take your measurements. And is there any sort of design you want to go with?
Um, something that's has easy mobility for it. That
She
can
says,
like kick and do flips in and
she
other
looks and
things.
she's like, oh, more active, are we?
Yes, more active.
She says, I
Exactly.
put that into my note. She's writing down and she's like, tape, tape, looking does the hips, does the bust, does the other one that you're supposed to do.
And this orange sash, I'll be wearing it around the waist, I guess. So, if you wanted to factor it into your design, that would be.
She says, oh yes, I can do that. And yeah, she goes and she's saying it'll take a bit.
Okay,
Can you
no,
come
that's
back
fine.
in 3 hours? That should be done.
Oh yeah, yeah, sure.
All right.
Okay. I head back to the Palace district, I guess.
People are still kind of like staying clear of you.
Spray myself some more.
As you spray, they seem to be able to get a little bit closer.
Mm.
All right. What would you like to do? You guys see Zori come back after a while.
She said it will take 3 hours, so I guess I'm waiting a little bit.
I turn around from the table I'm sitting at and say, "Welcome back, Stinky."
I just kind of look sad. I don't want to die.
I
And
mean, you're probably not gonna die. You might die of embarrassment. That's probably about it.
Probably die from when she attracts a bear to us.
He's got a point.
you guys, Myrna says, "Oh, the cart will be ready in about 4, 5 hours, and then you guys can head out. You should be able to get started on your journey before sunset.
All right.
And do be aware the dwarves and our relationship, especially with witch hunters, isn't quite as positive as I'd like to put it.
Well, it's a good thing we don't have any witch hunters with us.
Yes, well, there will be one with you. Hopefully, not dead.
Oh, yes. We'll find them. Don't worry.
Yes, I'd appreciate an update on whether he's alive or dead.
Well,
Maybe bring him back.
well, if we live, we'll do it.
You guys have proven yourself capable. Well, two of you have. Not sure
Yeah,
about the two yet.
we'll
Just
see.
I'll come back.
We're all
I
do
kind of
that.
kind of shoot her a glare, and I kind of mumble to myself, "Adventured with your boss, but whatever."
Myrna,
Oh,
she passes by you, Zori,
Why
and she's
iPad?
gonna whisper something into your ear.
Okay.
Utter Discord.
Okay. Give me a
We're always gonna
second.
gloss over his eyes.
I don't want to die,
the
friends.
Discord. Good
I'm
luck.
trying to get there. Uh, okay.
That's too long. Myrna passes by and she says, I don't mean to alarm you or inform the others, but the stench emanating from you, it doesn't feel good.
No, I know.
No, you misread. I'm telling you this because I like you. I'm pretty sure if Matthias were here, or if Victor were in better health, they might want you dead.
No, I'm well aware. Please, if there's any warning signs that I start going mad, like with that other man in the caves in the very beginning, please, just kill me before I hurt anybody.
You see
Okay.
Myrna by Zori and tap her on the shoulder, and then give her like a little reassuring tap.
Okay.
Can I flag down Myrna real quick before she heads off?
She's about to exit the door, okay?
Yeah. Myrna,
She's like, yes.
I would like to apologize for
I
yesterday.
apologize.
Yes, well, it was an attempt.
Well,
Is that all?
it uh, just know that I mean everything I say. So, I terribly sorry.
I
Yes.
as he
Just know
finishes that,
I'd rather put my gun through my throat.
Oh God.
Reinhardt smiles at her and says, "Well, just so you know, my bedroom's always open."
And she says, ah, I see. I'll remember that next time I'm torturing something.
Ah, good.
And she walks out.
As she walks out, you see me kind of look down at my drink, and I'm like, "Oh."
She's
No,
ice cold.
I'm going to sit next to Reinhardt. I heard
No, I
everybody.
figured we were sitting
talking.
across from each other
Oh,
that whole time.
hey, I pat my hand on yours.
She's cold as
It,
ice.
it's all good. It's all good. Just because it's day doesn't mean I can't start day drinking.
Hey.
It's nighttime somewhere. That's what
All
a
right.
passerby work boy says. And then he goes
Hey,
back to
that's
mopping.
right.
That guy's smart. Why isn't he
All
coming
right.
with us?
All right, I'm going for
Evie.
fast forward 3 hours.
Hey,
All right.
I'm okay with fast forwarding 3 hours as well.
Anything else
I'm not
anyone
okay.
would like to
Stop,
do?
Evie. Stop.
Oh, she's fucking done. Farley ran over.
She smelt you.
Farley ran over her tail or some shit.
She's
She
just. I think
smelt
Aaron
her.
came home
It's
and
over.
she's just going nuts for no reason.
All right. You guys are going. About 3 hours. You get to go pick up your new outfit. You got a new
Evie.
picture
Oh
for
my
me?
God.
Mm.
That
No, I
dog's
do not have a
drooling.
picture for you.
Damn.
I am trying.
Did
Then we'll keep the same picture.
That's a good thing. This is an
Evie.
audio visual.
Yeah.
did I send
Well, this is
Trophy
what
my
happens when the
photo?
DM forces a character change in the middle without giving me proper preparations.
I'm not
Fair enough.
forcing anything.
Hey, it's a character change for me too.
Also,
They're
they
pretty
had
good.
stinky clothes. What do you want from me?
No, it's
Not to
fine.
burn them.
Yeah.
Just
Okay.
don't burn someone else's belongings without asking. If I did that, you guys would be like, "Why would you do that?"
Yeah, you burned her belongings. That's messed up.
This is medieval times, and you're in the Lord's castle.
Okay.
It's messed up.
Well, at the Lord's time, I am looking for new character art for a white-haired monk. If anybody has anything, submit it to my Twitter.
Yeah, just give us free artwork, please.
Hmm.
Anyway,
Uh,
you go pick up your dress.
About 2.5 hours in, I'm just kind of pacing around like the kitchen area, bored out of my mind.
And we go back to Zori, and you go and Joanne, the shopkeeper's there. She says, "Oh, good, you've arrived. Did they start dumping more trash out there again?
I
Thought
spray
I
some more
cleaned it up."
perfume.
And she says, "Anyway, here's your dress. I made sure to incorporate the sash. You're from Nippon, correct? I recognize these threads."
Oh, yes, I am from Nippon. You're the first to ever recognize it.
She says, "Well, I take a little bit from their clothing." And then she says, "I've incorporated the sash. It's now kind of a waist belt. Has a little, what are those things called that go on top of graduation hats?
Tassels.
Tassel, yeah, that's what's on it. The same color." She says, "That'll be around 2,000 Sigmarites."
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I hand her the 2,000 Sigmarites.
It's a very well fitting. It's nice and it's tight in the right areas that allow movement. Plenty of air can flow through. Uh, and you have free movement of legs. It's a lot like what you have on right now, just less baggy.
Okay. Here's
Designed
what
in
I
such
want
a
to
way
do.
that we can use the same picture.
I
Yeah,
am about to
for
load up the same
brevity's
picture
sake.
and just edit it a little bit.
There you go.
Mhm.
It doesn't
If
have
it so
that little.
pleases the dungeon master.
It doesn't have that neck part on it anymore.
Okay. Okay.
You a stinky, stinky girl. You guys see Zori come back, and yeah, she's looking. She's looking. In fact, the smell's kind of. It's radiating a bit less. You could get within like 7 feet of her now. New
Wow.
clothes and everything.
As she walks up, and like she opens the door to the kitchen, she notices I'm just throwing my axe at the wall.
So one of the mates is the headmistress comes up and says, "Can you not?"
And I pull it out of the wall and go, "Don't worry, we'll be gone in like an hour." Toss again.
She humps. She's to herself, and she keeps walking. And
Treat
okay,
the axe.
you guys want to do anything in this hour? You guys still smell the smell coming from Zori though. Not as bad, but
Can't even
anything you would
find you.
like to do.
Um.
Uh, Myrna has provided you guys a map also. On your way, you will be one of the places you'll stop by is there's two places that'll be where that'll stop. There's Altdorf and then there's Marienburg.
Well. Hmm.
Then
Nice
it makes
stop
its
by
way
Altdorf
down.
wouldn't be too bad.
She's put some X's on those areas.
We do need to pick up more health potions. I went through quite a few of mine, which Ingo seemed to be out.
It'll be about uh let's say 7 out of the 30-day journey
There is
to
that
Altdorf.
other shopkeep, the charismatic one.
Yeah, there is. I might as well just pilfer Altdorf, I suppose. There is that runesmith in
I'm
Altdorf too.
Yeah, I'm walking towards the carriage. My character's ADHD is kicking in.
All right, it seems like a nice carriage. Strong horses. The horses they start doing that uncontrollable neighing thing when Zori starts getting on.
I
But
jump up
then,
there and I tell them, yell at them to calm down.
yeah, then they calm it down.
Oi!
But they're doing that like gruff breathing thing, like flaring their nostrils.
Sorry, I think it's probably for the best if you sit in, the back of the carriage.
No,
Oh,
okay. I just keep spraying, spritzing.
You're about you're about like 75% through this bottle already.
Oh no.
No, no.
And you guys are you going on your way? Myrna's seeing you off.
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Says,
Myrna.
Yeah.
please, good luck on your journey. Try not to die.
We'll see about it.
Am I in a
I'll
dress
try
or
not to
pants?
die from my nose.
You got like nice fitted travel pants.
Hell yeah.
And Myrna's waving you guys off. It's
Yeah.
around 7 as you guys are going. The sun's almost starting to go down. It's like midway through. Still kind of bright outside. Anything else you would like to do?
And as we keep going, I turn to the rest of the group and say, "Oh, good. We actually get to camp now. Finally be away from that town."
Does anything else you guys want to do before you call it a night?
No, not particular.
No.
Not for me.
If you're
I
going to
wanna
sleep.
wanna do my best to set up a really nice camp.
All right, a camp is set up. Let's get rid of this. You guys are
The
on
map.
the road again. Can't wait to get on the road again.
We have a carriage and 2 angry horses.
Have you ever had a dream?
By the time camp is set up, it's about sun is pretty much down, and it looks like it's around 10.
All right, I'm gonna set us up a good old camp, and then I'm gonna just start. I'm gonna start foraging a little bit.
Make a nature check at advantage.
I wouldn't get survival. It wouldn't be survival.
It's not like life or death. You have to know which ones to pick out, though.
Mm.
Nature. All right, you pick
18.
out some nice looking berries. You know which ones are bad, and see some good mushrooms. You even find a rabbit that you're able to just snatch with your hands. Actually, a lot of
I
stuff to make
walk
a good
back and
stew.
with I walk back with the rabbit still squealing in my hands, and I go, "Hey, look at this! Isn't this cute?" And I snap its neck.
Jeez.
Oh, very impressive.
Yeah, it's quite some skill you got.
It's a quite a large rabbit, actually. It's pretty big as his forearm. And you got all the stuff to make a stew.
I'm just gonna start cooking a good stew.
All right, make and make a survival check. Let's see how good this stew is. At advantage, since you're used to this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
All
you
24.
are.
right. So you guys, the smell coming from the stew, it smells amazing. Except to you, Zori, it
Mm.
smells disgusting to you.
Ugh.
You practically feel like you want to vomit. But everybody else, you guys smell this, and it's just you didn't know it was possible to get these kind of herb and spice smells from an outdoor stew. And it's the
Mm.
world famous rabbit stew made by Reinhard.
And I grab a little bit of dirt, and I go, "No, the secret actually is this adds real earthiness." And I do like the salt spread of a little bit of dirt.
Salt
he's
bang the dirt over it.
he's putting some dirt in the stew.
I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye.
All right, you guys gonna have the stew?
Yeah.
Yes, I will.
Yeah.
All right, Farley gained 15 temporary hit points.
Wow!
Right.
More health.
Kyle gained 15 temporary hit points. Trevor gained 15 temporary hit points. Beth, lose 5 HP.
I freaking knew it. I shouldn't have eaten it.
You take a bite out of it and you practically want to throw up and gag. It's it's not good to you.
Um, guys, I want to tell you something. Ruled.
Huh?
Especially you. If I start to go insane, you have to kill me.
Well, let's just hope this doesn't end up with that.
Why would you go insane?
That's
I
what
know
the
this
others
food is
did. The
crazy and
others went
all, but
insane. I'm just hoping that the same doesn't happen to me. Since I
Okay.
guess the DM's trying to kill the other character that hasn't been killed yet.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pause for a second and say, wait, didn't you say that that one of the ones wasn't crazy? He just kind of left though.
We didn't get to see him go crazy, but I'm sure he would have gone crazy.
Oh,
Certainly he would have.
no, fair enough.
Okay, you guys going to
I
bed?
mean, you got us. You ain't going crazy anytime soon. But just know that I'm gonna sleep a good distance away from you.
Yeah, feel re-inspired, Beth. Gain inspiration. Your friends are with you.
Whoa.
Our friend, singular.
Yeah, camaraderie is built. You
So you
feel
said
like you
I
can
lost
trust them.
5 hit points?
Yes. No, not permanently. You just took like 5 damage.
Yeah. And then I gain inspiration.
I'm gonna I'm gonna just lay down. You don't see me have a bedroll or anything. You just see me like gather up like a bunch of like leaves, branches.
Laying on the dirt.
I just used my arm.
All right. You guys are going to bed.
Good night.
Beth, make another con save.
Another con save.
I passed the other one with a nat 20. I don't know what I could possibly do to not die.
Do it again.
Well,
Get advantage.
that's a 13.
I gave you advantage before.
That's a 16.
All right. We're going into the other Discord.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
All right. You have the same. You're back in the same garden, Beth.
Ooh.
Grass is still green, and
Mhm.
the flowers are still vibrant. And again, you finally feel like you're smelling proper fragrance again in this area. Everything smells beautiful, and you hear the laughter again, and you hear, "Get over here, you rascals!"
I am going to look around, not at the Allfather.
Okay. You see, there's a like wind going by across the grass. You still see flowers, decadent flowers of all kinds.
Oh my god, you talk so loudly, I can't think. What do I see?
You see flowers and you see grass, and you know how that wavy grass effect happens in grasslands when wind's going past it.
Yeah.
You see that. The sun is nice and bright. It's it feels nice on your skin with the cool breeze mixture. There's like honeydew in the air. It's nice.
Do I like see anything that could be out of place?
Do you see anything? No, it just seems like uh, endless garden.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the Allfather, I guess, then.
He says, you hear him you see him playing with some kids who are trying to like run around his back. And then he says, "Get over here. Once I catch you," he says, oh, look who's back. Hello.
Hello. What am I doing here again?
I don't know. You tell me. What would you like to do in paradise?
Well, paradise is great and all, but I mean, my life in the real world isn't going so great right now, I suppose. Ever since the first dream I had with you, I've seemed to have incurred some kind of smell.
A smell. Tell me, what does it smell like to others?
horrendous. They can't stand to be in the room with me, and I've smelled this on other people before, and they don't make it quite that far in life.
He says, what do you smell on yourself?
Well, I don't smell anything, but
Now
it
take a
seems
big
like all
whiff
the
with
other good
yourself.
smells that I used to like, they smell really bad now.
He says, he puts his hand, he scratches his chin. He says, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and perception is just a matter of your state of thinking, young one.
Mm,
And he says, what we perceive, you and I, as glorious and euphoric may not be the same as what others might see. But who are they to tell us our perception is wrong? When reality is what makes reality is determined by our perceptions.
Well, I don't see how smelling bad could be any good cause.
What did you say?
Uh, all the other people that I've met that smelled like this, they don't make it out alive.
Are
They
they
die.
touched with the gift?
They're touched with something and they don't make it out alive.
The sky is going red. He says, I'm not hearing that you would reject the gift placed upon you so graciously.
I just
Am
want to
I?
know more.
Then the sky turns blue again. He says, oh, wow, excuse me. What would you like to know?
Oh, why me? How was I chosen?
He says, He says, well, what I can tell you is that the touch you've received is very familiar to another I've met very recently.
Who is that?
I don't reveal the names of my followers. They go and spread the good word out in my name.
Well, okay.
And he says, but they must have really cared about you if they're willing to spread the gift to you. I gave them the opportunity to choose exactly one more person to bring with them on their
Oh,
journey of pilgrimage.
so so I get to choose other people then?
He says, no, 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 no. Unless you fully accept the gift in your heart. Tell me, do you?
Well, I don't know yet. I guess I'd have to think about it. I still don't know much about this gift.
He says, well, you have all the time in the world. Just think about it and awake. And he touches your forehead. You now have a second level in Plague Touched, and you lost another level in Monk.
And I look
Back
around.
to
Oh, yeah, that's right.
yeah, the grit, the scene's getting all wavy and shaking. And make a perception check.
Okay. No.
You can't quite put your eyes on anything. So you wake up.
Okay. I look around. Is everyone else asleep still?
Oh, I'm asleep.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
out.
sleep. You
Okay.
wake up in a little bit of a sweat.
Well, guess I'm not gonna sleep anymore. That's fine. I don't need sleep. Not like I should have been sleeping this whole time.
Okay.
I'm just gonna stay awake. Drink tea. Try not to die. I don't
All right.
Drink the good juice.
know. I'm drinking something.
As the night passes by, you guys seem to you wake up and you see Zori already, inside the tea knelt position drinking her tea.
Right.
Doesn't look like she slept.
As I
When
get up, all the branches just fall off of me.
All right, are you
When
continuing your
when
journey?
when I wake up, do I smell anything?
Everyone make a perception check.
Let's make a perception check. S.
So
18.
before you thought you were in
Oh.
safe proximity from the stench, now it's hitting all of your noses. It
Oh no!
it smells more moist than it did before,
Oh no.
and
Zori,
it's powerful on the nose.
I hold my nose. What did you do?
I think I was chosen. I think Sylvar did this. I look at
Sylvar?
Ruled.
The hell are you talking about?
I think that those who are touched can choose others and touch them as well to receive this gift that they are talking about.
I instantly take 2 more
Yeah,
steps back.
I take 2 steps back as well.
I won't select anybody. I'm lucky, I guess. I don't need to sleep.
Well, Zori, what is this old father you keep talking about? What does he look like?
He looks like white hair, very big, very tall. I TLDR the
Right.
rest of it.
These Zori TLDR is a very large, round man who appeared to her with a white beard.
I just imagine
Seemingly.
Santa Claus, to be honest.
Kind of like how Family Guy portrays God,
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay.
only much more round, rotund
More round, gotcha.
of a man.
Well, Sylvar was touched by Skrulk, and the guy they were praising and worshiping didn't look anything like that. So I can't imagine it would be Sylvar.
Zori
They
tells you
said,
that she also didn't get a great look at him. Like
Well,
she felt something off.
and he kept telling me that others can choose who they want to receive the gift.
okay, that's sketchy, I guess.
So that's why I would think that Sylvar had decided to choose me.
Well, if you get the chances, try taking a better look next time, I guess.
There's not going to be a next time. I don't plan on sleeping.
Well, I guess that does end it.
I hope
Maybe it
so.
ends ends the interactions, but it doesn't end the stank.
That's true so far.
Golly.
It smells pretty rough. Well, I guess Zori, you don't need sleep. So I mean, I think your character literally doesn't need
No,
sleep.
my character literally does not need to sleep.
It says so on the monk page.
I just need
yeah,
to
I don't
meditate a
think
little
you-
bit, so.
I
That's
don't
great
think
that you
get
don't
any.
need sleep, but I do. Get your stinky face away from me.
Oh, man.
Jeez.
Golly.
I don't think you get any exhaustion points for that, so I think you'll be fine.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing. I'm just not gonna sleep. Woohoo.
No sleep. All right, you guys are gonna continue your journey.
Eh, oh,
Yeah, I hop it back up on the carriage.
Yeah, you guys end up going. It's day 2 of the journey officially.
oh gosh.
You guys go without a hitch. It's a fairly straightforward path, although you see more people going from the Altdorf location to Middenheim's location in wagons that look like they're for moving things.
What in the
And
world? Looks
uh,
like these people are moving out. What? I thought you was from Middenheim or whatever.
Who?
Altdorf. Yeah, you.
Oh, I'm
Dude
from
with the
Altdorf.
giant sword. Yeah. Why are people leaving?
That's a good question. We'll have to go investigate, I suppose.
I am
then
probably halfway done with the new Zori character art.
Pog.
I'm taking off a lot of the extra stuff and it's just gonna be like base with an orange sash. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, that's right.
And I'm tightening the clothes a little bit.
All right, so you guys go off, and yeah, day 2 goes by, and uh, you set up camp again. You guys get a good rest in. Zori does not rest. She
I
chooses
just,
to stay up the full 24 hours.
yep, I just meditate a little bit to gain
And
back
you're
key
on day.
points. But
You guys get to day 3, no problem.
pop.
All right.
All right, day 3, you guys wake up, continue your journey. Same thing. A few more people going out of the Altdorf location into Middenheim. You pass by one, and yeah, they just seem to be moving some stuff away.
Do they make any faces at us as we go past them?
As they get to the back of the carriage, it's the horses that they're on start whatchamacallit, they start like neighing and try and get away from the back. All right,
Hey,
day 3.
sorry, you might need to put on some more of your perfumes.
Spray.
yes. I'm gonna travel
Thank
on
you.
top of the. Are we in a carriage? I assume.
Yeah. You could
Okay, I'm just gonna
travel
travel on top
of
of the carriage. I'm just gonna sit on top.
it airs out inside, but I guess
Ugh.
you see some like birds falling down.
No,
in the
no.
Noah trail.
Literally smells like death.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, grab those.
Are you sure you want to eat those? They
They
might
can
be.
eat anything.
Well, they might be poisoned.
Yeah, that's not a problem for me.
Well, it's not a problem for me either, I suppose.
All right, day 3 happens. 48 hours of Zori staying up. As you guys go through, start the carriage journey again. Zori, make a con save.
You're kidding me. I'm not sleeping. I don't want to go. 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 Please, God. Oh, that's a
She's perfectly fine.
3.
Get advantage.
17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, so that's a non-natural 20. Okay, it's a non-natural 20.
Taking on that 20.
All right, you're perfectly fine, and we're at 72 hours of Zori being awake. Unless you guys want to do anything, as you see some passerbys.
No.
No, just keep going.
Keep on
All right.
grooving to Altdorf.
And pray that the All-Father can reach me.
We're on day 4. Day 4. Zori, con save.
Why? I'm not sleeping. Leave me alone. I don't want to choose anyone for the gift.
Uh-oh.
Ugh, that's a
Oh,
19.
Stay awake.
Or it's an
You
18.
stay awake.
18.
18.
We're on day. What day did I say it was? 4? 5?
That was day 4.
I
now,
literally
right?
we're on
don't
day
need sleep.
5.
Is he trying to like make me go to sleep? Because I don't need to sleep for anything.
96.
96 hours straight awake. Make another con save.
I don't need to sleep for anything. Ah. I don't want to go.
Oh,
23. You're not taking me, All-Father. Choose someone else.
perfectly staved off.
120 hours.
I don't need
Day
to sleep or
6.
eat, man. I'm fine. Don't worry about me.
And this
You're-
is some good food
you're-
right here.
Yeah, you've been collecting a lot of the dead animals that pass by.
You know what? Maybe she was right. Maybe this is a gift.
It sure feels like it.
All right. Another con save. Zori Ito.
Make it
Imagine
stop.
being awake for
Make it stop.
120
Stay
hours.
away
Oh
from me,
my
All-Father.
gosh.
Oof. She's still awake. You see Zori like a fucking hawk staying on top of the carriage.
Yes, because I
Just
don't need to
cross-legged.
sleep.
Yeah, you don't.
144 hours.
And we're on day 7, just before Altdorf.
When the DM's mad about IRL things, so he's trying to kill my D&D character.
I wish it were that related to that.
Uh-oh.
One more con save before Altdorf.
Silvar, that bastard.
44 hours.
We're almost there, Zori. You can.
It's
Uh-oh.
a 14.
That's advantage.
It's a 14. Oh god, it's
With
a 14.
advantage.
It's a 14.
Good night, Beth.
It's a
Boy.
14. I don't need to sleep. Why would I sleep? I'm not
You
even
don't
tired.
need to sleep, but you feel forcibly. Next thing you know, all your surroundings change. Go to the other Discord.
No.
Goodbye.
I
You
don't
pulled her
want
back
to.
in.
What do you want from me?
The same setting comes by, flowers and everything. I gotta touch the flowers, and uh, everything changes. You thought you were awake one moment, and you hear more frolicking and playing, and you hear him in the background. Ho 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 ho! Someone hasn't been visiting, and you see him directly behind you, his shadow overcasting on you.
Let me look on my monk sheet. Let me look on my monk sheet. It's gotta be something. Well, I can't be targeted because of my sanctuary spell.
Yes.
Okay. I'm level what 17 now because I've been plague touch so much. Let's see.
Yeah, you're on 2. I'm giving you some time.
Um um um.
He says, "My child, come here."
I'm immune to disease and poison. Is this a disease or a poison?
It is not, unfortunately.
I can't be charmed or frightened.
Well, he's not doing anything to charm or frighten you.
I walk over to him.
And he says, "Tell me, how does the gift treat you? You haven't been back in a while."
Well, I have no need for sleep, so why would I be coming back?
Well, you had questions.
Oh well, I'm afraid all my questions might just end up making you, well, angry, I
He says,
suppose.
"Make it." He like raises both eyes are closed, and he opens one and looks at you. And he says, he gets real close to you. He's quite massive in stature. His face is taller than you. And he
Okay.
says, "What could you possibly say to upset me, my child?"
Well, I was wondering if you could maybe take the gift back. I feel I'm not worthy for the gift.
His smile drops. The grass, you see it start turning brown. The flowers are decaying. And the sky goes red. The children who are playing, you look at them again. They don't have any skin. Their intestines are hanging out. Some of them just have rotting pieces of flesh on them. Bare bone is showing. And half of the Allfather's face, it seems to be rotting. And he says, "Are you rejecting being chosen?" His voice gets a little bit more gurgly.
Um, yes, I feel I don't want to be chosen anymore.
He grabs you. You feel completely powerless. He's holding you. And he says, "You do not reject our gift."
I don't even know what the gift is. All it does is make me smelly and I don't want it. I've seen other friends die at the gift. I don't want it. Take it
The
back.
gift is a new opportunity at life.
I don't want the new opportunity at life. Take it back.
He looks and he says, "I guess disguise is no longer required." And he sheds off the skin of the old, friendly looking old man. And you see it. It looks very similar to the great unclean one that
Yeah,
you saw.
figured.
And he say, "Its breath, it stinks. It feels slimy. There are maggots in its hand that are holding you." And he says, "You do not reject. When you're chosen, you're chosen." And he says, "You were brought into my world. You think this is a dream. Right now, I could end your consciousness without a second thought and leave you as a vegetable to rot and decay. Is that what you want?
Isn't that what's going to happen anyways? This gift isn't a gift, it's gonna kill me.
Stop saying that. The gift is a new opportunity at life. Your friend accepted it. Why can't you?
Because I don't want to be this. I don't want to be what you think is a new opportunity. I don't want this. I want my own life, my old life back, where I do nothing but just, I guess, whatever you call. I don't know. I just want to live. I want to continue my old life.
He says, you'll live all right. But first, you'll awake. And he touches your head.
I want to evade his touch. I want to evade his touch. Can I evade his touch?
He's holding you down.
No!
He's restraining you.
He can't! I'm strong. Can I roll anything? Or am I just literally
you can
powerless?
Roll strength to get out of him.
I just want to get out. Let me out.
Roll strength.
+4.
Roll dexterity to try and slip out of his grip.
Okay, well.
All right. Well,
Goodbye, Zorito.
You gain 5 more levels of Plague Touch, then lose 5 more levels of Monk.
So I'm now level... Oh, God.
And you've also gotten the debuff, Nurgle's Watch. And you awake with a searing pain inside your chest. Back to you, just. Hello.
I wake up screaming.
You guys hear Zori, who was on top of the carriage at first. You didn't even notice she was asleep. Wakes up screaming.
Whoa. Calm the horses. Home to a stop.
Like nothing you've ever smelled before. The stench emanates from her. And this time your eyes are watering.
No,
that's bad.
I'm stepping out of it. I'm running away from the carriage.
Gotta stay with the horses. They'll leave. They'll leave if I walk away. Oh, that's bad.
All right.
There's no
throwing up in some bushes.
There's no leaving. He won't leave it. He won't give up until he has me. He won't let me go.
Zori's mad babbling gets closer and closer to you guys. Her smell, it's atrocious.
I'm throwing up in some bushes, like off to the side, because I just don't want to get no.
Oh, can you go find the clothespins?
I'm looking.
You find the clothespins.
Now we can all be mouth breathers together.
I pinch one on. I go. Okay, now what happened?
I run back and instantly apply them.
Yeah.
Every time you breathe in, the air feels sour on your tongue.
Oh, this sucks. Oh no.
Do we have any of those mints? Those like little thin sheets that you put in your tongue?
All right, Zori or Beth, go to the other Discord again.
Goodbye.
Again.
I don't want my character to die. DM, please.
Your hair, Beth.
My what?
Take a feel of your hair.
Okay, I reach up to feel my hair.
You've reached your hand back down. There are clumps of hair coming out.
Oh, God.
And you look at your thumb. The fingernail is loose.
I'm rotting from the outside.
All right.
Ability.
World, I don't know what to do. He's gonna kill me. I'm literally rotting. And I show him my handfuls of hair.
Yeah, you see Zori has a lot of hair in her hands. And you see her fingernails. They're coming off.
Oh.
My goodness.
World, do you remember you remember at the last town we took out the Skaven and you remember there was the great unclean one?
Yes, I remember.
Well, today I told the old man, the Allfather, whatever he calls himself, I told him I didn't want his gift, and then he merged into something that looked like that.
Oh no.
And then he told me that I have to accept the gift because I didn't have a choice.
I know exactly what to do. We need to get you to the Temple of Sigmar. in Altdorf.
How close are we?
We're a day out, right?
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
we're about a day out.
I'm not gonna put any more work into this character art.
All work ceases.
It looks pretty
Alright.
good though.
You guys are right there
Can
at
I-
the gates of the city.
I thought we were still a day out.
Oh, No, it was
Please,
day
no,
7.
no, we're right
Yeah.
there at the gates of the city.
Yeah, we're right there.
I
it was
mean,
day 7, and I said it was a 7-day
DM
journey.
did say we were a day out.
No, Daniel said we were day out. Daniel's not the DM.
Oh,
No.
No, we're right there at the gates, right? Right?
Roll
Gotta
for
see the
it.
photo.
Roll for it.
No, I shouldn't have to roll for it. It's a 7-day
I'm
journey.
tired.
Daniel said we were a day out, not the DM.
I just vaguely remembered that we were a day out. That's all.
I mean,
I could have been wrong.
Roll for
Zori
it.
gets one more con save.
I don't
Okay,
want to
bandage.
die.
This is the spice
No
of
dying.
life right here. This is the
I'm sure
spice of
everyone
life right
else's
here.
characters have died off, and Zori's the only one that's lived. And since Roald is
That-
too quiet, tight-lipped, we're gonna target Zori.
Right.
That's
Okay.
a
That's
con
one.
save. That's 18.
Okay.
Okay, it's an 18.
You feel. Okay.
Zori
Understood.
has key mind. She knows.
Goodbye.
Bye bye.
Trevor!
You hear a voice in your head. It's pounding in your head like a migraine, and it says, "You will not resist." But you stave it off. But then you hear again, "Accept, and the suffering ends."
give me some time to think about it.
Whatever.
Here.
Story
Welcome
talk.
back.
Well, she says, "Give me some time to think about it," she says to herself.
Okay.
Guys, I don't think I have much longer. My new character out. I sent it to the D&D chat.
I see
It's fading.
it. Thanos snaps.
Right. Reinhardt's gonna look over and say, I mean, I'll try to get the horses to move, but this is bad.
I do agree. It's pretty bad.
Pretty good.
I have expertise in religion. Can I try doing some sort of Sigmar prayer?
Sure, you can.
Touch the
Give her a
holder and
blessing.
put
of
the other
Satan.
hand in the air.
I'll become a monk of Sigmar.
Just
Roll a religion check.
okay, I don't think-
Roll a Gruld,
Okay.
the ass bringer. Roll a good religion check. Power of friendship, please. Something.
Okay. Expertise in religion. And I already had religion +1.
That'd
So
be
it's
2.
+2.
So +2. Okay.
12. You try to bless her, and as soon as you touch her, rolled in your mind comes a spiking headache, and you're taking. Let's do this.
Is it because I don't believe in Sigmar? Has he forsaken
You're
me
gonna
as
take-
well?
Yes.
No.
25 points of psychic damage comes straight to your head.
My noggin.
As you try talking her,
My neck.
you see violent images of flesh and blood. A tsunami of blood enter your head, Roald.
Wait. Flesh and blood. Oh,
Yeah.
we have to get her to the Temple of Sigmar. Quick.
After seeing him real back, I'm gonna say, let me show you what a real god can do. Take the reins.
All right, you give it a your
We
go.
need to be moving. Move faster, everybody. Who can run the fastest? Can we run faster than the horses?
Do your religion check.
I grab her by the face.
It's
Uh-oh.
pretty smelly. It's real intense smell. It's almost going.
I'm
through
like
her clothes.
crying,
I wouldn't
and I'm
get
looking
that
at
close
you.
to her.
And I look at her and I say, do you believe in Ulrich?
If he'll help me, sure, I believe in anything.
It's a convenient sake religion. That's what I like to hear.
Oh God.
Look at that.
All right.
You see divine power start building up, and as it goes to touch your face,
I believe.
it just dissipates.
And this
Oh, my
bravado gets
noggin.
you 35 points of psychic damage as it goes straight to your head. You see the image as close to what she's talking about as possible. A giant, rotund, rotting individual. Worms coming out of every orifice. A nasty, toothy smile. The teeth are skinny and sharp as they look at you and they say, "Get out!"
Goodness.
I look back up and go, oh. Okay, that solidifies the option. Okay, you gotta die.
No. Can we just wait till
Lamb.
we try to get to the Temple of Sigmar at least?
I pull out the axe and I say, oh, sorry, Chaos has to die. Oh.
I'm fine with dying. Just kill me after. Maybe there is something that can be done.
I turn to roll.
Well, we need to get to the Temple of Sigmar.
All right,
The,
you guys are approaching the gates.
Hop back over and I say,
Oh gosh, I forgot his name.
okay, you know what? We won't kill her for now. You, I point at Zori, back of the cart.
True.
I
True.
curl up in the back of the cart and hold my knees to my chest.
More hair follicles you just see falling off.
I'm just crying. I'm just distraught.
Okay, I'm gonna try to get the horses to move faster.
Load in my handiwork, please.
Oh, sorry.
Do I need to
I
make,
did.
like, an
I did
animal
work on
handling
it. I
check
need
or
help.
what?
I need to be acknowledged at least a little bit.
Before you die.
Yeah, before I die.
Before you die.
I'm kidding. Maybe.
Do I need to make
Look,
like a
that's
check to
some
make
fat
the
talk
horses
coming from
move?
someone's characters who's like, what, 3 of your characters have died now? Leave me alone.
Yeah, make an
character's
animal
always
dead,
check.
yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Nice. Good job.
14 flat.
Looks
All right,
good.
the horses they
It would have been
speed
better,
up.
but I decided to give up.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah, it looks good.
use my position to get as fast as the guards.
All right, as soon as you approach, they say, "Halt! Who goes to end?" Oh! Oh God! Who?
Get out of
Stop!
the way.
And they're trying to put their spears in the way. Stop! You
I'm
approach
riding
them.
through.
Oh,
Where's the temple at? Can we see it from where we're at?
you guys
Uh,
can. You see the big temple.
I also know the city of Altor, so I can steer.
No, I'm holding the reins. I want to try to drift around the corner to get to the temple faster.
Yeah, I can guide you down the shortest path.
Tokyo! I said Tokyo!
You guys are.
Since I'm familiar with the streets and whatnot.
You guys are speed up, and you guys make it there. Actually,
I
right
don't
in
wanna
front of this
die.
massive temple, as you see a bunch of.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of brother priests, and they're reading from the scripture.
I'm pulling the horse. Don't crash into him. I'm pulling
Yes,
as
they
hard as I
stop.
can on the reins.
And then you see the horses, they automatically stop as a wall of light appears. And walking from the temple, you see.
Is he there? Is it him? We don't have to go searching for him. The one I forgot his name already.
Luther.
Luther. Luther Harkon.
The one that we already met?
Luther Harkon.
Yep, Luther.
The one we already
What?
met?
Yes.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, then he knows
Oh.
me. Perfect.
Oh, Luther Hutz. Okay, that's his name.
As a wall of light appears, and he says, "What is this disturbance about?"
I stumble out of the cart and I go, Luther, remember me?
He holds his notes and he says, "By Sigmar! What happened?"
Luther, I believe a chaos god is trying to take our friend. We
Uh,
need your
fat-
help. We
Real
need Sigmar.
fat. Maggots. Very fat guy.
He says, "Are
Yeah,
you
she
serious?"
stinks.
He
Trying
comes to
to
me in my
corrupt this
dreams.
one?
Please.
Yes, if there's anything you can do.
He gets his hammer ready. And he
I don't want to
I know
die. I
this
look at
plan.
him,
I start
tears in
pulling-
my
I
eyes.
start pulling out the axe. I know this plan.
and roll persuasion with advantage.
Who?
You Farley.
No.
No.
Yes.
Let's go farming.
You're
Let's
the one that
go.
wants to convince him.
He
I
knows
don't-
me. We
I don't
both
have any.
protect. Luther, remember I helped you protect Carl Franz. I was by his side.
Add another roll to that
I don't want to
advantage check,
die,
'cause
Luther,
death is
please.
helping.
Gosh dang it.
There's
No, it's
got to
not
be
gonna.
something you can do.
Come on.
Oh,
Oh,
come
Oh
on.
my god.
Mm,
Why did you make me
Luther's-
roll?
Because you're asking.
What do you
I'm
mean?
asking too. I'm pleading.
Sure, roll at disadvantage. Because you're chaotic in nature, and Luther senses that.
I'm not chaotic in nature.
you are
Now you
now,
are.
apparently.
Oh, there we go.
Well,
Look at that.
disadvantage.
Oh.
So that's a nat 1. Bye, guys. See you in the next
Sorry.
one. I don't know what character I'm gonna come up with, but you
Beth,
know.
make
Hey, get
make
used
a
to it.
persuasion check at my character.
Yeah, that was just Luther. You could try convince. You don't get disadvantage on this one.
Yeah, just flat roll. Roll persuasion check for me.
Guys,
could-
please, I don't want to die. I have so much more work to do. What will Valen say if
Here we go.
he comes back and I'm dead? I have nothing. Nothing. How many more of
10.
these do you want me to roll? I'll roll 3
I'll
more.
count. What should I counter roll?
Yeah, look at that. It's just not in the cards, friends.
Counter roll intelligence to see if she's how much. No, counter roll insight actually.
I'm monk level
20.
12, so I literally I have nothing
Or
anymore.
21. 21.
You sense that she's desperately pleading, and you feel some ounce of sympathy for her.
Okay, weak, pleading women and children, they do bring pity upon my heart. I'm bamfing out wings.
All right, the wings. They've. All right. I guess I gotta bust this out already.
Someone, you
Eh.
please help me. I
Oh
don't
no, I
wanna
sent you
die.
the I sent you the
Oh,
picture
that's right.
where I
That's
put the
right.
wings
That's
in,
right.
yeah.
I never saved it.
Scuff.
It's scuffed, but don't worry, it's audio, so they can't tell.
Yeah, they
Until
can't
now.
they can't tell all this time of dead air.
All this time of me doing Zoriito's new character look,
Right.
and I'm just gonna
For-
die anyways.
You
The
didn't
only
know
character that
as
doesn't
the-
deserve to die.
Oh, yeah.
World's done nothing. It's a blessing apparently, and also.
Yeah, how can I be sentenced to die if I haven't done anything?
Got a point.
You're like
You
Matthias,
guys-
never done anything.
Oh,
You guys see next
Hell
to
yeah.
you, Reinhard bursts out wings, and then Luther's taken aback a little bit. He's
Luther.
holding his book.
I say as I like shoot up into the sky, the Jordans allowing me the
With the
crisp
oh,
speed.
nice. The Jordans.
and then I
Sheesh.
slowly start to descend down, and I say, "You, chosen of Sigmar, I am a chosen of Ulrich himself,
Oh,
and I deem that this one," I point at her, "should be granted a chance at salvation."
Save my
says-
unclean sinner soul.
He says he has a straight face as he's still looking at you. He puts the hammer away, and he says, "I do owe them." And he says, "Come quickly." And he goes up the stairs.
all right. Let's
Yeah,
follow.
sprint.
I grab Zori and I'm flying with her.
Sprint.
I'm
be
keeping
careful
you
with that
distance,
Although I guess
but
I'm
still
flying.
going.
You guys are in the center of the Temple of Sigmar. There are
Brilliant.
some more battle priests praying, but then Luther says, "Everyone out!" And he says he takes he goes to the altar, he shoves everything onto the ground, and he says, "You in." He looks at you, Zori.
Yes, of course. I scramble
To the other Discord.
into whatever I'm getting into.
And he
Could
says,
be my own coffin.
He hands you guys. He opens a book and he says, he points at you, Reiner. He says, "You begin drawing these sigils around her."
I begin doing such a thing.
Am I
You see
laying
them.
in like a stone? Am I
You're
laying
laying
in
on
or
the
on
altar.
something?
You're on the altar.
Oh,
right
okay.
now.
You said get in. I was like,
Get on. You're on the altar right now, and he's gonna. He begins blessing the area and he's gonna roll a religion check to bless the area.
Please, dear God, if anyone.
It is a 28. So
Poggers.
the
Is that
area
enough?
starts lighting up quite a bit.
I'm afraid.
And
Can I roll a
Zori, make
perception check to see if there's any chaos trying to infiltrate?
sure.
19.
Yeah.
Everybody roll.
Oh, okay. Perception. We're good at these.
Yeah.
Oh, 19 actually.
18.
It looks like
All
we are
right,
good
you
at these
guys
boys.
see there's the green stench is trying to pierce its way through the barrier you guys made and onto Zori.
I go, Luther, there.
He's Luther is he's still opening his book, casting it, and he tries powering up the area some more, cast it away. It disperses.
Castaways.
And Zori, make a con save
Cast-
at disadvantage. Not double
Dun,
disadvantage, so
dun,
you get
dun.
proper disadvantage.
No, since I'm level 12, I don't get the
Oh,
What's a
advantage
true
anymore.
double disadvantage?
So am I still? I'm just getting disadvantage then. That's a
yeah, just disadvantage.
4. And that's
One.
a 5, so 4. That's
Okay.
4 plus 3.
You
Seven.
guys see Zori faint.
No, I don't want to go to the other Discord, please.
Goodbye.
Can't we
Bye-bye.
do it here?
and then Luther saying, "What's going on? What's wrong with her?" And then you see Zori's mouth move, and she says, "She's mine." You
I
see
don't
coming
want to
from
die.
Zori's mouth.
Well, that's not her. That ain't her normal voice, is it?
The
Yeah, that's
accent's
not Zoe.
gone now.
Her
She's got-
eyes they seem fogged over, kind of like greenish.
Oh no.
The
That's for
unclean
She didn't
one.
sure.
have. She didn't have green eyes before, did she?
No.
They're kind of
Shoot.
white, I think.
And the
Shoot.
stench is trying to pierce through.
Answer
As
me
you-
this, chaos.
It like twists its head at you unnaturally in Zori's body.
Oh gosh.
Does this hurt? And I want to build up in my hand a bead of like radiant energy, and I just toss it at her.
Okay, well, roll the damage.
I would have rolled a hit or no.
No, she's pretty much restrained in here.
If I had all my levels, I had the ability to heal myself, but
Heard.
It's 25. That's 25 flat.
You see Zori's skin begin to bubble. Zori, take off 25 HP.
already doing it. I'm at 111.
Her skin starts bubbling, and then it looks at it, and you hear it say, "Bliss!" And then it says, "Foolish, foolish men, handling what you cannot." And then Luther, he looks a little bit nervous. And he says, Who are you?"
I'm the
And,
cook.
Stop.
God damn it! You-
Should have never
Sorry.
showed Daniel that scene.
It twists its head back towards Luther, and then it just crawls on the ground towards him, but it's just right by the barrier. It puts its hands on the barrier. Zori's skin starts bubbling at the touch. And it says, "Me? I'm older than you can ever imagine. Mortal." And Luther's gonna make those the circle a little bit smaller.
I'm looking up new characters.
He's gonna get
Give
closer.
up.
Because he made it smaller, I'm moving forward.
No.
All right, Zori.
I
In
want
the
to
other
get as
Discord.
close to the action as
No,
possible.
I don't want to go to the
Why?
other Discord.
Bye.
I have like some characters on standby, I guess I could use.
Oh,
Go
good
back
luck.
to Velgria.
Yeah, I bring Velgria comes back.
All right. Find yourself back inside this garden, or what you thought was a garden. You're touching the ground, and the ground feels like it's undulating and moving. It's nothing but maggots and worms and locusts.
Can I try to like power of meditation my way out of it? Just the hard think.
You can just stand up.
Yeah, well, I just stand up, but like,
Eyes, they seem to be bleeding and made of flesh.
no.
And what you hear laughing in the distance, and you see him moving towards you, and he says, "You want to know who I am? I am Nurgle, Chaos God of Pestilence." And he's moving towards you, Zori.
I run away.
All right, you're running away from him. This will be a series of checks where you have to find your way back to your body.
Oh my god. Okay.
All right, first off, it's a dexterity saving throw. You're back in your regular body, you get advantage.
Do I? Even though I have all
Yes.
the like. Okay. Okay, so that's 16 plus 4.
You're running completely through this crazy garden that seems endless and endless. But you're running fast, he can't quite catch up to you. He's still just laughing, and as he's smiling, bugs emanate from his mouth. And they're chasing after you too. You can next up is gonna be a perception check. You gotta find the way out.
6.
Gain 2 more levels of plague touched.
Oh. So I have like 6, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm at 9.
Nope, 9. Once it hits 19, I'm afraid to say Zori will be lost to Nurgle forever.
I blame Sylvar for this wholeheartedly. If I ever see him again, he's dead.
And you can't quit. You end up realizing you're going around in what feels like a circular maze. Next
No more
up
perception
is,
checks, please.
Next up is an intelligence check.
Okay, I'm
See if you can
smart.
see if you can deduce where exactly you're going.
11 plus 3, so 14.
Okay. You're able to find an inconsistency in the pattern. You're
There's a
able to
flaw in the
see
matrix.
a spot you can go through with a beam of light in the other direction. But then your legs are grabbed, and you look down. There's the meat children again.
Oh god.
They're
No children,
trying to
get off of
claw
me.
at you, and they're saying, "Join us." And they're saying, "The plague, it is good." They're getting closer to you, and they're saying, "Please, don't abandon us." And
I don't want
all
anything to
again,
do with you. Kicking at him.
you can choose between a strength saving throw, or you can make an athletics check to get out of them. Up to you.
Oh, well, I guess it doesn't really matter, so I'm gonna do strength.
Okay.
Because I'm spec'd into athletics anyways. Oh god. Plus 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's a 10.
They're holding you down pretty tightly.
Can I
Gain
use my
2.
inspiration? I use my inspiration for,
Oh,
for an
okay.
advantage.
Yeah, you can.
You're absolutely kidding me. I rolled the same exact number?
Get 2 more levels of plague touched. As they try, they're holding you down. But you finally get free of their grasp, and you're running to the end. You guys stay in here. I'll be right back.
Okay. He said I have to stay in the other Discord. I don't get to leave the Discord. I don't want to die. The meat children, please. Let go. I don't want to die. I'm going to the bathroom, I guess, while they do that. I'll be back.
you feel a beam of light envelop around you, and you feel Luther and Roald's presence. Their arms are on your shoulder, and they're pushing you forward. Now you can make an athletics check to run really fast out of there. Plus 12, because they're both aiding you. Zori, Beth. Oh, is my. Hold on. Hello? 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 Beth?
Okay, I'm back.
All right, Zori. I was trying to tell you that you feel the meat children disperse, and you feel the arms of and Luther and Roald pushing you away and pushing you in the direction.
Oh, it's
And you
become clear to me
make
now. I see a
you
light.
can you can make an athletics check to keep running.
+4.
That's plus 12 actually.
Oh, that's +12 actually. So that's like what, 30 something?
29. So you're sprinting as fast as you can, and you see Nurgle yell, "No! You will not leave my realm!"
Thumbelina, Thumbelina.
Right.
Ba-da-ba-dee-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba.
You pass that check pretty well. Next up, you get to choose what kind of you get to make four more. Actually, how many levels are you down now?
I'm down 11. I'm keeping track over here in my spell slot 5.
Okay.
Because it's
You
easiest.
got 2 more before, so you're at 13.
No, I added that. You said I had 2 more. I had 1 from in-game, another from in-game, and then I had gained 5. And then I added the 2 from previous.
Yeah, you got 2 from the first fill, and then 2 from the children holding you down.
Oh. Okay.
So 3 more. 3 more gives the opportunity for Plague Touch to end you.
Okay.
So you get to choose what check you get to make next.
Well.
And it can't be some we already did.
I'll do a stealth check.
All right, you can stealth out the way.
+4.
Oh.
17, 18, 19, 20, 20.
You are hidden from him as you see him run straight past you, hide in some taller grass, dead grass, and he's ran right past you.
Nice, nice.
All right. He is going to counter roll perception to see if he can find you. You see his head creak around, and he says, "I see you, my dear." And he begins. It's weird because the bottom of him is still dragging, but his legs are like dragging his stomach across the ground.
Disgusting.
He's coming towards you. You gotta make another check.
Okay. And it can't be something we've already done.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I choose saving throws?
Sure.
Okay.
You choose one more saving throw.
Okay. Have I done a dexterity saving throw yet?
I don't think so.
Okay, I'm gonna do that. Oh.
Oh.
+4.
He's trying to grab at your legs, but you're kicking away from him while still moving fast. He keeps trying to grab, keeps trying to swipe. Stay here.
He said stay here and left again. I had just made a Zora Ito character on the new expansion I bought for Sims because it's 50% off, and I bought the snow day expansion pack, so I got a lot of Japanese characters, and so I made a Zora Ito character, but now Zori's gonna die. I don't want to die. I'm not gonna cry. I'm just waiting while they make low rolls. Trevor, roll higher. Oh, no. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I moved the camera so now you guys can see the little roll chat.
You feel out of breath, Zori, and you hear Nurgle say, "If I can't have this body, you will die." And then you see like a vision open up as your body's being strangled by your own hand. And you have to make two more rolls to pass.
Okay.
Because your body's somebody you see on this vision that Reinhardt is trying to fight back your body from strangling yourself. But it's not working. You're a bit too powerful.
I'm so strong, Reinhardt. I've been telling you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess I pick then, and it can't be something we've already done?
Yep, you pick.
Okay.
Well, you pick one more.
Then it can't be something that we haven't been done?
Yep.
Okay, I guess I'll do
pick this last one.
Insight then. It's the last thing I have, plus 3/2. You're absolutely... That's a 4.
Gain 4 levels of Plague Touched because of the crit fail.
17.
I'll be right back.
Why, dice? Why? My dice. The 1 is just haunting me. Get away. I don't think I ever subtracted, what was it, 2006? I'll have to ask. For the new clothes. Key Fig Man is not playing. Fine, does it? Oh.
You hear the words of Reinhardt screaming through your ears, "Don't let this fucking thing win."
Oh,
and
God.
one more gets to go through. And it's gonna be Nurgle. He is gonna make a contested strength check. You get to counter roll strength saving throw, and add +5 to it, thanks to the modifier of Reinhardt.
Okay, so I get advantage still?
Yeah, and he's gonna counter roll strength. I will tell you now, he has +10.
Okay, but I get +5 plus what I have, or just +5?
Yes, so it'd be like
Okay, so +9.
So you rolled that's 27.
Okay.
He has to roll 27. So he has to roll over an 18. I need to come look at the dice over here so you know I'm not cheating it. The table.
Okay,
This is
I'm looking
dice
at the
of
DM.
destiny.
Okay. Sick of the stupid dice of destiny. Oh.
He exactly met the DC.
No, you said he had to roll an 18.
He rolled a 20. He exactly tied. You're trying to force him back, and he's just as strong, holding you. It's a battle of willpower now. And there's going to be one more contested strength check. You still get to add the +9.
Okay. What is up with these dice doing that, man? It's like the third time that's happened.
All
Okay,
right.
14 plus 9.
23.
23.
All right, he gets +10. Okay. Are you looking, Beth?
No.
Let's have the whole. Let's go back to the other one, actually.
Oh, God.
Ready?
Zori is in a fight for her life with Nurgle right now. He is gripping onto her soul, wanting it to stay in his realm.
Nurgle.
And she's fighting it off.
Oh boy.
She is in a deadlock with it. She rolled a 23 strength check, and he has to counter roll and beat a 23.
Well,
I wanna say to her, like in these moments, I wanna say, I can. If you need me to take you out so he can't have you, just give me a sign.
Okay.
All right.
well, he'll
And
still get the soul, but
I want everybody to look at this. He has to roll. He has to roll above a 13, or else he's still in a deadlock with her.
Because he became in a deadlock with me by rolling the 17, so we're rolling again.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Oh my God, thank Jesus.
Oh!
Baby Jesus.
And with the strength that she got from her friends.
Power of friendship.
gosh dang it.
Zori is able to release the grip of Nurgle.
Gasping.
And you've been released from his grasp as you make your way out of his realm.
Disgusting meat children.
Reinhard, you see Zori's eyes return, her pupils return. And she's back. Still trying to choke herself, breathing heavily.
And now I'm assuming now that all like the power's out, I'm just gonna like grab the hand, throw it away from her.
Yeah.
What? Where are the children? I look at my feet.
What?
You don't know what she saw in there.
Is she
All
still
right.
is she still crazy?
I turn over and look at him, and I'm just gonna nod at Luther.
And Luther casts down the barrier.
I look over at Reinhardt and I look at him and I say, "Is it over? Do I still smell bad?"
Get a big whiff in.
You take a big whiff of her. And you don't smell anything. You do not smell anything. Beth, return your levels of monk. Plague touch has been evaporated.
Oh, thank God. I throw my arms around what's your name? It's not popping up. Reinhardt. Reinhardt. I throw my arms around Reinhardt. I say, "Thank you so much. You saved my life."
Well, Luther, you've saved someone from the clutches of chaos. Thank you.
Luther says, "This was quite a bit to take in before my morning prayer." And he says, "But I'm happy to see she's okay." And he walks away.
Well, thanks, Luther.
Well,
All right, back on the business. Come on, back on the road.
well, I guess that's a debt repaid for me protecting his savior, Karl Franz.
That's right. You've been saved by his
Hey.
savior, Sigmar.
I wouldn't be bothered by it. Normal followers of Sigmar are assholes.
And
Was
that's where we're gonna end tonight's session.
Whoa.
Was it Sigmar that pulled me out, or was it Ulrich, or who? What?
That's up for you to decide.
God dang it! I still had more things I wanted
Alright.
to ask.
It was
Time to end the
Luther and
session.
Sigmar that gave you the +9 or whatever.
I don't know. I don't
Alright.
care. I won't remember
Bye,
to
guys.
ask it
Thanks for
next session.
watching the stream.
Did an exorcist. Had that.
I'm not even gonna warrant this with an outro. This was awful. I don't want a character to die. I get too personally invested in my characters. So thanks for watching. If you want to listen to what was going on while I was gone, you can tune into the Spotify, the S-Men podcast. Trevor's recording that. It'll be up. I don't know when. It'll be up. Catch the I don't even know. YouTube channel stuff. Okay. I'll see you guys later. Goodbye.